Hi guys, welcome back to my channel. Today's audiobook is Heavy Hitter with Brock and Sheila, and I know it's book number 4 and we're a little bit out of order today, but I had a catastrophe and my computer died, as in like just died. And so I have got to take it over and get files harvested from it. But I did not want to leave you hanging for a week. I have brought up book number 4, which I did happen to have files of. I did back up a lot of stuff, so don't think I was crazy. There's just a few files that I cannot find, and so we're gonna have to do some harvesting. Anyway, good news is we have an audiobook this week, and I'm very excited. It is our center fielder, Brock, who is all the muscle and everything that you would come to adore. In fact, I know I described him as a surfer cowboy, surfer ball player. Blue eyes, sandy blonde hair, tons of muscles, all the kind of stuff. I know you guys are here for the audiobooks, not to hear me talk, so I will see you on the other side.
Heavy Hitter. A dating Mr. Baseball romance novel. Written by Lucy McConnell. Read by Christina Dimmick. Chapter 1. Sheila Weaver held her pointer finger and thumb an inch apart. Just a sliver. Braden Burks, former pitcher and the new assistant pitching coach for the St. George Redrocks, gave her a dubious look as he placed the small slice of cake on a paper plate. You might actually have enough there to taste. All I need is a taste. She forced a smile. Gag. She hated when her older sister's voice was in her head. The trouble with having a super successful doctor for an older sibling only started with the constant lectures about the evils of sugar. There were other lectures as well, though Sheila had no desire to review them while enjoying an impromptu party in the physical therapy room of the Redrocks baseball organization. An organization she adored. Braden handed her the plate and a plastic fork, and she scooted out of the way in her sensible heels so Juan Castillo could get his cake. Juan winked at her before stepping up. His immaculately trimmed beard was a sexy accessory for his square jawline. He was the spokesperson for an underwear line and darn proud of it. He was also the father of 3 adorable little girls and a jokester. He couldn't hold a straight face if it was handed to him. Sheila shook her head and smiled in return. Juan could also talk the ear off a monkey, so she hurried over to join Ashley, the assistant community outreach specialist, and her bestie, near the free weights. Were you here in time for Braden's speech? Ashley fanned her face. If Tilly doesn't take him back, I'm going to move in on that. She punctuated her words by jabbing her fork towards Braden's general direction. Sheila laughed. Sorry, I think his heart is spoken for. They watched as Tilly serendipitously took an eyeful of Braden's broad shoulders and strong arms. When Braden caught her looking, she averted her gaze. Sheila and Ashley smothered their giggles. Nothing like love happening on the team to get them in a good mood. The happier the players, the easier they were to work with when it came to scheduling signings and appearances. When the women composed themselves, Ashley let out a gusty sigh. What was that for? Sheila scraped the frosting off the side of the cake and ate that first. She let the sugar roll over her tongue like a forbidden romance. If sugar was so bad for her, why did it have to taste so good? Wouldn't you love to have someone look at you like that? This time Ashley pointed her fork at Coach Wolf, who kissed his wife, Harper, on the forehead. His eyes closed momentarily, like he was so overcome with the sensations inside his heart that he couldn't keep them open. Sheila's heart lurched in longing. She swallowed the last of the frosting right along with the sentimentality. There'll be time for that later. The words were as thick as the greasy coating left on her teeth. How about now? Now is a good time. Ashley's fork did big circles in the air. When, in all our lives, have we ever been surrounded by so many good-looking men? I mean, seriously. The odds are in our favor. Sheila took off her business goggles, the ones she used to block out the mountains of muscles, the chiseled jawlines, the piercing gazes, and the general hotness of the men she worked with on a daily basis. Her breath caught as Brock Mattock, center fielder with a batting average of 290, turned slightly, catching her eye. Butterflies erupted in her stomach, burning through every calorie she consumed that day and all 5 days before. Her cheeks warmed and she looked quickly away, schooling her features in the process. These guys don't see me as a potential date. They see me as the woman who ropes them into giving up their free time. For a good cause, Ashley added, defending her and their community outreach program. The more involved the St. George locals became with the Redrocks, the more successful the team would be. Building a fan base from scratch wasn't easy. Sheila cocked a hip and gave Ashley a dubious look. They run when they see me coming. Not true. True. Ashley narrowed her eyes, accepting a challenge Sheila didn't know she'd handed out. Fine. If not here, then we need to figure out how to get to Home Depot. Home Depot? Sheila lifted an eyebrow. What's at Home Depot? At 10 a.m.? Men. Usually independent business owners that do electrical work and know how to unclog a garbage disposal. Men with muscles who know how to work. Dateable men. Are you kidding me? Ashley tossed her mass of short black curls off her face. That's how my cousin met her husband. Sheila shoved her arm. You're making that up. I'm not. I swear to you. She pulled out her phone. I'm finding her Instagram post right now. Ashley buried her nose in social media so she could prove her point. Sheila took a bite of chocolate cake. Harper Wolf joined their group. Her hair, as always, was shiny and perfectly done in big beach waves. She wore a loose pair of black pants and a flowing blouse. I think our little matchmaking scheme in Atlanta worked. She blew on her nails and then brushed them across her shoulder. Sheila grinned. Braden Burks and Tilly Cresswick had been almost engaged before Braden fell in a rock climbing accident. He'd broken up with Tilly to save her from himself. Harper had cooked up a scheme to get the two of them on a road trip together that involved the head pitching coach, the travel coordinator, and Sheila and Ashley to make sure the timing worked out. Did you see the way he looked at her? Ashley melted, her hand over her heart. Did I? Harper grinned. She can't stop staring at him. The three of them watched the couple, who were trying valiantly to stay on opposite sides of the room when they were so obviously dying to be together. Well done, ladies. Harper winked. I know this little project was outside your wheelhouse, but you came through for the Redrocks family. She gave them quick hugs. If you'll excuse me, I've got an appointment. Of course. Sheila watched Harper take Coach Wolf's hand, and they left together. Whenever she's around, I feel like I'm at the cool kids' lunch table. She grinned. Ashley nodded eagerly. With all the hot guys, she added. Come on, if you could pick one of the players to meet outside of the office, who would it be? Sheila's eyes darted to Brock. He had that whole surfer guy thing going with the windswept blonde hair that looked good soaked in salt water or dried by a Pacific breeze while snuggling next to a driftwood fire. Of course his shoulders were broad, and of course his arms were the size of tree trunks, and of course his sky blue eyes were like jewels. Wait, maybe it wasn't expected for a center fielder who batted third in the lineup to have sparkling blue eyes. She blinked and moved on, not willing to get caught up in a fantasy that would never happen. So what if Brock was tan and toned? So what if he was one of the few guys that didn't cringe when she showed up with a new volunteer sheet? That didn't mean he saw her as anything more than a co-worker. She picked the guy standing beside Brock. Tommy Newton, she blurted. He's the bullpen catcher. Ashley wrinkled her nose. I think he's nice. Nice, yeah. Ashley regarded him as one would a sweater she was debating putting on her credit card. But you aren't into redheads. Crap. Ashley knew her all too well. That's not fair. I haven't really given them the chance. Now's a good time to start. Ashley hooked Sheila's elbow and dragged her through the crowd to where Brock, Ricky Garcia, and Tommy were joking around. Sheila's heart began to race and her head scattered. Looking at the three guys, all she could think about was Neapolitan ice cream. Tommy was the strawberry, Ricky Garcia was the chocolate, and Brock the vanilla. She clamped her lips tightly together to keep that ridiculous thought from escaping. Ashley nudged her. Hey, guys, you ready for Atlanta? Sheila took a tiny bite of her cake, afraid she'd choke or do something else to embarrass herself in front of three of the hottest guys on the planet. There was so much testosterone swimming around her that her amygdala had reared to life. All she could think about was falling into Brock's arms and lying on a sandy beach under the stars. Their lips would come ever so slowly together until they finally collided in a perfect symphony of give and take. Ready to dominate, yelled Ricky, startling Sheila out of her fantasy. He fist-bumped the other two guys, and then Sheila and Ashley. Ashley giggled. Sheila held back her eye roll. Yes, these were the men Ashley wanted her to date. Perpetual 15-year-olds who put gum on each other's hats during games. She felt someone watching her and glanced up to find Brock's summer sky eyes intent on her. He didn't seem 15. Oh no. He was all grown man with sharp cheekbones and a firm jaw. Their gazes held, and she lost focus on the rest of the world. Come on, guys, I need to check in with. Brock trailed off, ripping his gaze away. Sheila bit back the disappointment. Obviously, he was trying to get away from her before she trapped him into a Saturday signing autographs at a golf course or a car dealership. They said goodbye and left, smacking a few guys on the back or punching them in the shoulder as they passed. Sheila let out a sigh. Home Depot, you say? Ashley nodded. Should we go tomorrow? Sheila laughed off her momentary display of complete desperation. She was in no way desperate for a man. She had a great life, a fantastic job, and a best friend. She wanted a man, though. Wanted her skin to tingle in anticipation of his touch. Wanted a reason to wear her tight black dress and hot pink heels. The thing was, when she pictured herself all dressed up, it was Brock that she was reaching for. She shook the image out of her head as fast as she could. We need to focus on the Redrocks. Not digging up dates. Ashley groaned. You're impossible. Yep. I plan to be impossibly successful. She dropped her empty plate into the garbage can and dusted off her hands. And I'm not going to rest until every person in St. George is a Redrocks fan. Then. There will be more dating, more smooching. Ashley groaned at Sheila's version of the DIY Superstore's logo. Sheila smirked. She was on the verge of greatness in her field. She could feel it in her gut, and she didn't need to get sidetracked by a man. Even a hot surfer baseball star with wavy blonde hair and dreamy blue eyes. Chapter 2. Brock looked over his shoulder as they left the PT room and the celebration behind. Is she following us? Asked Ricky. Who? Sheila. Ricky shuddered. I swear when she looks at me she's sizing me up for a promotional poster. That wasn't at all what Brock felt when Sheila looked his way. He felt like his hands were too big for his body, and he never knew where to put them. I think she's nice. She had hair so light it could only be called white. The soft strands brushed her shoulders, and he had a difficult time not staring at her red lips. It was embarrassing. Tommy peeled off from their group. I've got another hour in the cage. I'll see you guys later. Later, Brock called after him. He and Ricky continued on to the locker room, where they gathered their bags. The walls were green from the waist down and white above that. A giant Redrocks logo was painted on one wall, and lockers lined the other with benches in front of them. No matter how much of a mess the team made in here after a game or a practice, it always looked clean when Brock walked into the room. He highly suspected baseball elves were real. "I've got to sign something at the front desk for my work visa." Ricky pointed to the heavy metal doors that separated the front office from the players' area. Hiking his bag up on his shoulder, Brock followed him out. He'd given Ricky a ride in today because Ricky was still a danger to fellow drivers. He swore he was an excellent driver in the Dominican Republic, but Brock debated that. In fact, it was the commutes that had started their friendship and the continued driving lessons that cemented it. Putting his life in Ricky's hands on a weekly basis as Ricky navigated I-15 was as good of a friend as he could be. "Wanna go out this weekend?" asked Ricky. He ran his hand down his trimmed facial hair. Not a lot of guys had goatees these days, but Ricky wore it like he'd come out of the womb with one. His jet black hair was slicked back off his forehead and tucked under a ball cap, and heavy, dark eyebrows hooded his gaze. Brock wasn't sure what color of eyes Ricky had. Even though they were buddies, he hadn't ever stared into Ricky's eyes. For one, that was weird. For two, he didn't want to get punched in the face. "Honestly?" he asked. "I'd rather work on my deck." Brock had bought a house in an exclusive neighborhood that needed some work. He liked the idea of putting sweat equity into his home. Besides, the off-season could drive a guy nuts if he didn't have a project. Or 5. Going on. He'd cemented in new support beams last February and had slowly added the frame over the season. They were coming up on closing day, and then he'd be able to put some quality time into his house. You can't hold a 2x4 close on a cold night. Ricky made a face. "I need a warm body and some luscious lips." Brock laughed at Ricky's puckered lips. "If that was all I was looking for, then fine. But you know I want more than a fling. I'm done putting myself out there and getting stomped on. So let's look for the real thing. Come on. The girls we meet." He thought of the women that hung out after the games. They were beautiful, there was no denying that. But they wanted the legend and not the man. "I've been down that road. They aren't interested in settling down. Not all of them are like Julia, Tanya, or Carmen." Ricky rolled the R in Carmen's name, making her sound like something you'd pick up at a bakery. "Or Jamie, or Katerina, or Susie," added Brock, to get the point across. He dated his fair share of fangirls. The attention was flattering. He couldn't deny that. But the moment he started to act human, allowed them into his life, to see the real Brock, they became pouty. Or worse, angry. The cycle was exhausting, and the thrills of a just-begun relationship weren't enough to draw him in anymore. Ricky held up both palms. Okay. I'm starting to see your point." Brock wanted the conversation to end, so he threw out, "I wasn't cut out for the love and leave life." "Ha! You live the love and get left life." Ricky smacked his hands together, pleased with his play on words. Not everything they discussed translated properly, but Brock got the gist of that. "Thanks. Thanks so much." The long hallway ended in the front office lobby, where the Redrocks logo was laid out in mosaic tiles on the floor. They crossed to the receptionist's desk, and Ricky explained what he needed. The papers were easily found, and he signed where the little sticky tabs indicated. The doors swung open and there was a loud bang, making the three of them jump. Brock turned to see Sheila and her assistant Ashley struggling with a long, tall box. It looked like they'd bought a big screen TV. Sheila's short, almost white hair flipped up at the ends. A section fell into her eyes, and she blew it away, her lower lip poking out. There were those red lips again, tugging his attention. As she backed into the building, her foot that held the door open scooted and the package slipped. Sheila scrambled to maintain her hold on the box, which was bigger than she was. Before Brock knew what was happening, he stood behind her, his arms around her body and his hands under the cardboard. "I've got you," he said in her ear, speaking low. His body woke up to the knowledge that he was holding this woman in his arms, and she fit perfectly. Her back was warm against his chest, like she'd soaked up the sunshine and was sharing it with him. Her hair smelled like some exotic oil. Frankincense or jasmine or Madagascar. Was Madagascar an oil? "Thanks," she whispered breathlessly. Her hair tickled his cheek. He could have stood there for the rest of his life. Ricky bounded through the door next to them and took the other side of the box away from Ashley, whose face was turning red. "I got it." He pushed, and Brock and Sheila stepped back at the same time, finding a rhythm as if they were dancers on the ballroom floor. Brock enjoyed being in sync with her, feeling her curves shift against his muscles. He could have let her duck out, but he didn't want to. And he didn't want to think too hard about why he didn't want to let her go. They managed to set the box behind the receptionist's desk. Ricky brushed his palms together. "What's in here?" "Halloween." Sheila grinned. "Redrocks style." She tucked her hair behind her ear. It didn't stay, but it didn't fall back over her eye either. Too bad. Brock kind of liked the disheveled look on her. It's promotional posters and Halloween bags to hand out at pop-ups. Pop-ups were when a player appeared with a local radio or television personality somewhere in town. They usually drew in a nice crowd. We're raising a generation of Redrocks fans. Even if these kids don't stay in St. George, they'll take that loyalty with them and buy hoodies and socks with our logos for their kids. "But it's September," Brock blurted. Sheila's eyes sparkled. "I like to plan ahead. We're already talking about opening day for next season." Ashley nodded in agreement. Brock sighed. Upstairs as in front office makes a buck off the game strategy meetings. For a minute there, he'd forgotten that Sheila was part of the hustlers who, though necessary, rubbed him the wrong way. If a guy wanted to donate money to a charity, they wanted to post it on social media. If he stopped to talk to a few kids after the game, it was on a commercial within the week. Everybody has an angle. "Excuse me?" Sheila leaned closer, her finger behind her ear and a dash of attitude in the cock of her hips. Brock leaned into the challenge in her stance. "You can't just hand the bags out to be nice. There's some ulterior motive." Sheila's eyes widened. We are being nice. But I can't justify spending our budget on candy bags unless there's a return on the investment. Even if it doesn't happen for 20 years. Ricky jumped between the two of them, facing Sheila. He was an inch shorter than Brock's 6 feet, 3 inches, so Brock could see over his shoulder. What he could see over there was a woman growing hostile. "Please pardon my friend's rudeness." Ricky flashed his bright whites at the ladies, turning on his charm. "I put him in a bad mood before we got here." Brock glared at the back of his head. "I didn't mean anything by it." Ashley flicked her fingers. "It's fine. We've got thick skin." Sheila harumphed. She avoided his gaze. An uneasy feeling developed in the pit of his stomach at the idea that he'd made her angry, that there was something unpleasant between them. She folded her arms, and Brock felt like a real jerk for having questioned her motives. He was tired from practice, and his filter wasn't working right. "We'll see you two later." He headed back for the long hallway to the heavy double doors. Ricky said goodbye to the ladies with some pretty words. His comment to Brock wasn't as nice. "You messed that up." "Thank you, Captain Obvious. But on the bright side, we're at the bottom of her list now. I doubt we'll be handing out Halloween bags this year." Brock half smiled. Yeah. The thing was, he didn't mind doing the appearances. Not like some of the other guys did. He had the time on his hands, and kids were great. He wanted a couple of his own one day. And he liked being the face of the Redrocks. He was proud of his team and what they were doing. His thoughts sank deeper into the mud of regret. It stuck to him and made his legs feel heavy. Sheila was a big part of those assignments and took pride in the community outreach program she designed. And he'd stepped all over it. He'd be lucky if she ever talked to him again. Sheila punched the elevator button for the second floor. "Can you believe that guy? Saying I've got an angle." She shoved her sleeves up her arms. "Yeah, I can't believe he brought that up. I mean, didn't he see the giant chip you have on your shoulder?" Ashley replied. Sheila's mouth fell open. "Hey!" Ashley barely managed to suppress her smile. It twitched at the corner of her lips, dying to get out. "I've worked with you for 3 seasons now. You push so hard, you put pile drivers to shame." The elevator dinged and the doors opened. If he had any idea, he would have kept his mouth shut. Sheila stepped off the elevator. Her heels were stunning red to match her nails and her lips, but they'd almost cost her a sprained ankle. If Brock hadn't stepped up and caught her, she'd be in the PT room with a bag of ice. She shivered, not at the thought of an ice pack, but at the memory of Brock's arms wrapped around her. He was warm and strong and smelled oh so nice. When he'd whispered in her ear, she'd turned into pudding. With a quick mental shake, she brought herself back to the present. The marketing offices were several doors down from the elevator, and she headed that way. "I have to be." She lowered her voice so those in the offices they passed wouldn't hear. "This is a boys' club." There was also her constant need to prove herself to her parents. But hey, she'd turned that into a positive thing, using it to further her career, so there was no need to dwell on that. Well, they may have been testy, but at least they helped with the box. Ashley turned into the office first. Chivalry in medieval form. You lift heavy things for damsels in distress and then insult the ladies. Ashley snorted a laugh as she settled behind her desk. Sheila opened her email and stared at the screen. She would not think about how good Brock's arms had felt wrapped around her, how the space they'd created seemed custom-made just for her. His chest was so strong, so firm at her back. He had the kind of body a girl could lean into when her drive was running low. She'd been cocooned there just long enough to get a taste and start to rethink her desire to have a man in her life at the moment when he had to go and open his mouth. Did he have any idea of the intricacies of running a community outreach program? The sense of rejection when an event flopped? The work that went into each and every one of their public appearances? Of course not. He just showed up, waved his hat to the crowd, and then took off to his fabulous life. Well, he wouldn't have to show up anytime soon. She'd rather eat scorpions than ask Brock for a special appearance. The monthly visit to the children's wing of the hospital was coming up in a couple days. She needed to confirm with the assigned player before sending an email to the hospital to verify that they'd be there. Her older sister liked to show them around pediatrics. Sometimes. Not every time they visited, but sometimes. Sheila got the feeling Kelly volunteered as tour guide to rub it in that she was a doctor and Sheila was not. It wasn't like Sheila couldn't have been a doctor. But that argument was in the past, where Sheila wanted it to stay. A few keystrokes had the volunteer list up on her screen. With a groan, she sent it away again. Brock was scheduled for the hospital tour this Wednesday. That was just great. Her overbearing older sister and the guy who thought her job was as crooked as a used car salesman would be in the same room. Peachy. Chapter 3. The hospital doors whooshed open, hitting Brock with the scent of cleaner and new paint. He scanned the entrance, looking for a familiar face, or at least someone who was looking for him. Usually Sheila or Ashley was around, ready to usher him to his spot and tell him when to smile for the camera. The hospital was decorated in muted shades of cream and blue. There were probably studies done on calming colors for patients, but it all just seemed kind of depressing. Like life wasn't fully lived within these walls. He veered right when he saw Sheila chatting with Julia, the social media guru for marketing, in the waiting area. Sheila wore a pair of tight jeans and a V-neck Redrocks shirt. She also had on a ball hat, her short, white hair flipping out in the back and strands framing her face. That was not how a guy was supposed to wear a ball hat, but it was exactly how a woman was supposed to wear one. In fact, she wore it so well, she might have been the reason ball hats were invented. He was mesmerized by the way the rim shadowed her eyes. It gave him the feeling she was checking him out from under that brim, even though that was ridiculous. If anything, she was glaring daggers for what he'd said to her the other day. He really didn't mean to insult her with his comment about angles. Everyone in the business had an angle. His agent was probably working 20 right at that moment. It had just surprised him that someone so sweet-looking, with soft brown eyes and charming red lips, wasn't as innocent as she first appeared. There was a sharp mind behind that sweet face, making her all the more interesting and hard to forget. He had thought about her at least once an hour, probably more, since holding her close. If he wasn't careful, he'd lose his focus on the game. Julia noticed him first. Her dark eyebrows climbed her tall forehead and disappeared beneath heavy bangs. At first, the contrast between her strawberry blonde hair and her nearly black brows had shocked him. But she was everywhere at the stadium, and he hardly thought about it anymore. She grinned and pulled up her phone, no doubt taking several pictures of him in the lobby. "Don't worry," she assured, "I'm not posting these until after the event. We don't want to swarm the hospital with your adoring fans." Sheila snorted delicately and then quickly tried to cover it up by clearing her throat. He mentally sighed. On the outside, he smiled politely. She gave him an equally distant smirk in return. So that was how it was going to be. "We should get going. We're going to pediatrics." She reached behind a set of chairs and wheeled out a red sports wagon full of merchandise. "Here." She handed him 3 black Sharpies. "Don't lose those. They're all I have for today." Right. Because he couldn't hang on to a few pens. He tucked them into his back pocket. "I'll be careful." Her lips formed a straight line, and she flipped forward, ignoring him. Brock lengthened his stride so he was right alongside her. Just to burrow further under her skin. Why? He had no idea. He was going on instinct here. "I hope some parents are here to sign release forms." Julia patted her purse. "It's so frustrating when I can't use pictures." Brock gave Sheila a pointed look and mouthed the word angle. Sheila glared ahead. He wasn't sure why he was pushing her buttons, except that it got her attention. They rode the elevator to the 5th floor, and Sheila talked to the security guard, getting them clearance and badges for the afternoon. Sheila. A tall doctor with golden blonde hair pulled back in a braid hurried down the hall towards them. "Kelly." Sheila smiled, opening her arms for a hug. It was a hug for someone close, but Sheila didn't pull her in tight. Did she keep everyone at arm's length? The question that popped up right after that was, why? What had happened to her that she couldn't let people in? Brock puffed out air, frustrated with himself for reading so much into a brief exchange and for caring at all about Sheila and what may or may not have happened to her. He needed to finish out the season and concentrate on fixing up his house. "It's Dr. Weaver around here," Kelly scolded lightly before twittering a laugh. Sheila drew in a breath through her nose as if she were trying to keep her calm. They began to chat about Mom and Aunt Jenny and the upcoming holidays. Sister. That made sense. They had the same shape of eyes, same full lips. Kelly was 2 inches taller than Sheila. He wondered what kind of doctor she was and if they gave her time off to eat, because she was so thin she'd be pokey to cuddle. Julia took several candid photos of the two of them. Finally, Sheila motioned towards Brock. "This is Brock Mattock, the center fielder for the Redrocks. And this is Julia, out social media specialist." Sheila said specialist instead of guru. It sounded better. She had a knack for making things sound good, even him. Her introduction had a hint of pride to it, like she was proud of what he did for the team out there in center field. He lifted his chest. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Dr. Weaver." "Thanks." She took his proffered hand, holding it for a tad longer than was comfortable. "I just finished rounds, so I have a few minutes to show you around." Sheila swatted her hand through the air. "You don't have to do that. I've been here enough that I know the route." "Nonsense. It will be my pleasure." She took Sheila by the arm and bent her head close, whispering and glancing over her shoulder at Brock. Sheila stiffened and lifted her chin. She shook her head emphatically, and Dr. Weaver's grin spread. Julia nudged him with her elbow. "Someone's got an admirer." Julia was much too interested in his reaction for him to be comfortable. It made him feel like a steak, and she was a hungry animal waiting to devour his story and spit it out for her followers. "You think?" He stared at Sheila's back. She didn't give off any inviting vibes. "Oh yeah, the doc is totally into you." He blinked and shifted his gaze to Sheila's sister, who was glancing over her shoulder. When their eyes met, she ducked her head. "Huh." He suddenly felt like his arms were too long and his neck was tight. Dr. Weaver showed them into the first room. She waved her hand over the 10-year-old in the bed, his leg in a long red cast and his eyes glued to the television screen where he battled aliens. "This is Brady. He broke his femur while skateboarding." The 3 visitors cringed in unison. Julia looked around. When she didn't find an adult in the room, she slowly lowered her phone with a frown. Brock smothered his grin. Julia's angle was easy to spot. Dr. Weaver grabbed a controller and paused the game. "Hey!" Brady whined. Sheila shook her head at her sister in disappointment. How Brock knew she was disappointed, he wasn't sure. Her face surely didn't show it. Neither did the slant of her shoulders, which were confident and sure. It was something else, something in her eyes, that rebelled at her older sister making the decision for Brady to pause the game instead of asking him to do it. "Brady, this is Brock. He plays for the Redrocks," Dr. Weaver introduced him. Brady's mouth fell open. "No way." "Way," Brock countered. He pushed past the ladies to the bedside and sat down on the edge of the bed. Pediatrics was brighter than the rest of the hospital. The wall behind Brady's head was bright blue, and there were rainbows and butterflies painted on the ceiling tiles. He also had a Star Wars blanket draped over his good leg. Kelly put her hand on Brock's shoulder blade and leaned over him to talk to Brady. She smelled of hand sanitizer and fruity flowers. A combination that made his nose tickle. "You're so lucky he had time to come see you today." Brock shifted slightly. "Actually, I'm the lucky one." He shared a fist bump with Brady. "So, how are you going to milk this to get out of school?" he joked. Brady's face lit up. I could be out until Halloween. Halloween, huh? And be back on your feet to trick or treat. Nice. They shared another fist bump. Brady? Sheila's smile was warm and inviting. Man, she was good. If he didn't know this was all about gaining new fans and solidifying loyalty, he'd think she actually cared about these kids. Would you like to pick something for Brock to sign for you? She brought the wagon closer to the bed. We've got baseballs, posters, maybe a t-shirt. She held up a teddy bear. I don't think you want this, do you? She made a sour face. Brady laughed. Can he sign my cast? Sheila's smile grew, and Brock blinked, blinded by the sincerity of it. Sure. He can even sign both your cast and something from in here. Brady leaned over the edge of the bed to get a better look at the contents of the wagon. I think I want a ball. A ball it is. She nodded to his cast. And where do you want him to sign on your cast? It's already so full. She used her teeth to open the plastic bag the ball came in. Brock stared at her mouth for a moment too long. Brady glanced down, his fingers tracing over the words Mom and Dad and then brushing down to the other names. That's my soccer team. They came to visit last night after they won their game. I'm the goalie. Sweet. Brock found an open spot. How about here? Yeah, then I can see it. He wrote carefully, not applying too much pressure. The marker didn't exactly glide over the bumpy surface. He drew a bat next to it just in case no one could read his name. He wanted Brady to have something to show off for his friends. When he was done, Sheila handed him the ball, and he did the same thing on the white leather so they matched. Kelly leaned over his shoulder, her hair brushing his arm. That's so sweet of you. Thanks. Okay. Sheila said just a bit too loudly. Brady, we've got to hit the road. You get better soon. She handed him the controller with a wink. Dr. Weaver reached up and turned off the TV, making it impossible for the kid to keep playing. Sorry, big guy, it's time for a nap. Aw. Sheila rubbed her lips together. It looked like she was swallowing back 20-some-odd years of sisterly rivalry, and it was bitter to choke down. The next two rooms went about the same as the first, except Sheila and Kelly didn't have a reason to butt heads. They were both so subtle in Brady's room that he started to forget it had even happened. The third room had a teenager in it. He'd been in a car accident and had internal injuries. Surgery had fixed him up, but he had another day of observation before he could go home. Julia enthusiastically shook hands with the parents. She chatted them up about being on the website and social media pages and had her release papers signed in no time. Brock waited, knowing she would want the hellos on film. Sheila didn't wait. She sat on the edge of the bed and started talking. I'll bet your girlfriend is missing you something fierce right now. The poor kid turned bright red from his neck up. Maybe. Sheila grinned and nudged his arm. I knew it. What's her name? He was putty in her hands, and Brock was jealous of the kid. He had Sheila's smile. The teasing glint in her eye. And Brock was standing there alone like a prized dog waiting to show. Kelly sidled up to him, brushing her fingers down his arm to get his attention. I think this is so wonderful, what you're doing here. They say kids are resilient, but they need to see that they're worth something. He turned to her, tipping his head as he thought about her words. I agree, doctor. She twittered a laugh again, like she was a bird in a tree and not a 5'9" medical professional with a stethoscope around her neck. Kelly. Please. He inclined his head, indicating that he'd use her given name from now on. So, you're a doctor in pediatrics? Yep. I did my residency in South Virginia but wanted to come home to practice. I can see why. St. George is unique in its beauty. She blushed. Aw shoot. He didn't mean to flirt. He meant the Red Rock Canyons and Zion National Park. Brock, Sheila called. Come on over and meet this charmer. The kid flushed again. Sheila should go easy on him. He just got out of surgery and was already weak. If she kept making him blush like that, they were going to get kicked out. She didn't have to lay it on so thick, the kid was already a fan of hers. Brock sat on the other side of the bed and asked about school. Joey was a junior. He asked about extracurriculars. He played the trumpet in the marching band. He asked about the girlfriend. They were already planning prom night. At that, Joey's mom rolled her eyes and everyone laughed. Julia took photo after photo. She kept muttering things like picture gold and eat this up. Kelly stepped into the group, laying her hand on Brock's arm. This time the touch felt possessive. What this guy isn't telling you is that he scored a 34 on his ACT. She smiled warmly at the patient. He'd got big things in his future. Brock nodded appreciatively. That's impressive. His arm warmed under Kelly's hand. He glanced down and she pulled it away, almost as if she'd forgotten about it. But there was a gleam in her eye that told him she knew exactly what she was doing. He felt his face heat and threw a glance at Sheila to see if she'd noticed. She wasn't paying him any attention. Doc says she'll write me a letter of recommendation. Joey glowed. I want to be an anesthesiologist. And just like that, his parents' faces glowed too. Sounds like a great plan, said Brock. Sheila held up a ball. Would you like Brock to sign a ball? Or a t-shirt? Joey picked the t-shirt, and they went through the motions. Joey's mom hugged both him and Sheila before they left. She was all smiles. Thanks so much for stopping in. You made his day. Brock shuffled his feet. He made mine. It was true. Guys like Joey, good kids who were having fun in life, made him feel good about the world. They went out to the hallway and Kelly led them past a couple rooms with infants. One was under some kind of blue light, crying. The mom stood by with silent tears running down her face. What's going on in there? Brock asked. Jaundice treatments. Kelly waved it off like a screaming baby was no big deal. Maybe it wasn't to her. She probably dealt with a lot of crying children. But the sound grated against his fatherly instincts. He had nieces and nephews and couldn't stand it when they cried. His sisters-in-law thought it was hilarious how he came apart and insisted on rocking them. They're exposed to the ultraviolet lights for a while each day, and they're good as new. Oh. His eyes lingered on the doorway, wondering if they should at least stop in to see the mom. Kelly pointed at the door 4 doors down. Elizabeth will be your last stop on our floor. Sheila wheeled the wagon ahead, and Brock followed. They visited for a few minutes with the little girl who'd had her appendix out the day before. I thought that was basic surgery. Brock smiled at the dad. Dad sank in his seat. She'd had pains for days, and then they went away. I guess it had burst. He rubbed his face and then the back of his head. We could have lost her. Kelly patted his hand in comfort. But you didn't. Elizabeth will be tearing around the neighborhood on her bike in no time. Sheila talked to the girl for a few minutes. Julia got her paper signed. Brock gave an autograph, and Kelly ushered them out the door. I'm sorry to rush off. I have an appointment in 10 minutes. It's fine. Sheila smiled and gave her sister a quick hug. Thanks for being here. Love you. Kelly hugged her back. Love you too. Julia held up her hands. Wait, before we go, I want a picture of Brock and Dr. Weaver. She motioned between Kelly and Brock. It's awesome with your lab coat and his Redrocks gear. She fisted her hands and squealed in delight. I can already picture the Insta post. She scooted the two of them so they were facing and had Kelly put her hand on Brock's arm again. You two are so adorable together with your blonde hair and blue eyes. She let out a sigh. I've got to go. Sheila headed down the hallway, wagon in tow. Her back was straight and her feet made a staccato rhythm on the gleaming tile. Brock stared after her for a moment, not sure if he should follow. Kelly leaned into him. I'm impressed with your bedside manner, Brock. He lifted a shoulder. Kids make it easy. No hidden agendas. No motives to question. If they're hungry, they tell you. If they want a hug, they climb on your lap. That they do. Her lips lifted and she tipped her head. Would you like to go to dinner with me tomorrow night? Brock blinked at the unexpected invitation. He'd been asked out by women before, but that was at the ball field. He'd never been asked out by a doctor before. Kelly was pretty, and she'd certainly been nice to everyone today. He could spend some time with her, get to know her better. She certainly wasn't a fangirl and she wasn't tripping over his job. Heck, her job was more impressive than his. He paused for a minute, his thoughts going to Sheila. What would she think of him going out with her sister? She'd been polite to him, if not slightly friendly today. There were definitely sparks between them when there weren't any walls to smother them, but she didn't do anything to encourage them into flames. She hadn't touched his arm. She didn't linger near. In fact, she'd taken off as soon as she had the chance to get away from him. We have a series of late games starting tomorrow, but after next Wednesday, I'm wide open. The end of the season was coming up fast. Every guy on the team was trying not to talk about it. You played ball until there was no more ball to play. Kept your focus. But he knew many of them had booked trips to Europe with their wives to make up for all the time they were away during the season. One was taking his daughters to Florida theme parks for 2 weeks. That works for me. She pulled out her phone, and he did the same so they could exchange numbers. I'll text you. Great. They said goodbye, and he left with a bounce in his step. Dating a doctor could be amazing. Kelly was unlike the women in his past who had come on strong and left fast. She had a stable job, money of her own, and a life. All that told him she was looking for a stable relationship and not a trophy date. Julia bumped him with her shoulder. Look at you scoring a date with the hot doctor. Brock laughed. Hey, she asked me. Julia giggled. I noticed. They were halfway down the hall when Sheila came out of a room and almost ran into them. Oh. Sorry. The wagon hit the back of her legs, and she fell into Brock with a grunt. He grabbed her arms to keep her up. Sorry, she said quietly. Her white hair fell over one eye, and she flipped it aside with a jerk of her head. Brock glanced behind her and saw the mother of the baby with jaundice holding a teddy bear over the crib. The bear wore a Redrocks jersey. The baby was slowly calming as his eyes focused on the toy and his head cocked toward the sound of his mother's soothing voice. Brock stared down at Sheila, holding her arms. She'd snuck off to give a baby a teddy bear? His first thought was to tease her about making the baby a fan for life, and wasn't that starting them off a little young? But there was something in her eyes. A panicked look that she'd been caught. A fleeting glance over her shoulder said she didn't want anyone to make a big deal out of this. Like she hadn't done it for ratings or marketing or community outreach purposes. She was just being kind because she was in a place to do so. He crushed her to his chest in a giant hug and rocked side to side. Man, she felt right against him. Brock?" she asked, her face mashed against his pec. "Yeah." He loosened his hold slightly so she could look up at him. A nurse walked by, her eyebrows raised. "You're squishing me. And people are looking at us funny." He dropped her immediately, and she stumbled. This time, he righted her with a hand to her elbow. "Sorry. I was just what?" Excited to find out there was a real person behind the agenda? He couldn't say that. Not if he wanted to make friends with Sheila. And he did. Want to make friends with her. Sheila mock glared at Julia. "That had better not end up on our feed." Julia laughed. "No way. Although a little love triangle would shoot our likes through the roof." Sheila's brows puckered. "What do you mean?" "Lover boy here has a date with the hot doctor." Julia winked. Sheila looked at him for a moment. Shock mixed with loss swirled in her eyes before a mask dropped over her face. It wasn't a real mask made out of plastic or anything, but it was a mask all the same, and the way it shut Brock out was like a bucket of ice-cold Revade sports drink to the face. "She asked me," he hurried to explain, as if that would make things better. He needed her to know that he hadn't initiated the date, that he hadn't pursued her sister. Gag. That sounded so much like a player. He wasn't that guy, but now she thought he was. He could tell by the way she leaned back from him. "I'm sure you'll have a great time. Kelly's amazing." She said the right words, but they came out flat, like she didn't have enough air to pump them up. "Thanks for coming today, you too. I'll see you in the office, Julia." Sheila set off without waiting for them to reply. Her wagon trailed behind her, the wheels bumping over each seam in the tile. Brock shook his head. He'd messed that up pretty badly. Julia glanced down at her phone and then back up at him. She grinned brightly. That was fun. His eyebrows shot up. Had they been in the same room for the last 5 minutes? Yeah, the kids were fantastic. Can you give me a quote to use with the post? He thought for a minute. I'm always impressed with the kids and teenagers who live in St. George. They're good people who make me want to be a better person too. Her thumbs flew over her phone as she walked away. Epic. She finished and tucked it away. Good luck in the game tomorrow. I hope we kill M. The last part was thrown over her shoulder as the door slipped shut behind her. Me too. Brock waited a beat before he left the building. He lifted his hand to shield his eyes until they adjusted. Julia was already in her car. She waved as she backed out. Sheila was nowhere to be seen. She must have been highly motivated to get away from him. Not everyone had to like him. He was cool with that. But he wanted Sheila to like him. She was a surprise. He'd thought he had her pegged the other day and even today with her wagon full of Redrocks swag, but there was sincerity in what she did. She may have been raising community awareness, but not once did he feel like she was using the children. It was more like she was an ambassador for the Redrocks, being the goodness she wanted people to associate with the team. He'd not done much to improve her opinion of him. In fact, he behaved poorly every time they were together lately. That was why it grated, because he didn't have anyone to blame for his poor reputation but himself. And no one else could fix it but him. The problem was, he had no idea what to do. Chapter 4. Sheila sat in the owner's box during the last game of the season. There was a large buffet table against the back wall, stuffed with buffalo wings and mini hot dogs wrapped in bacon, as well as trays of vegetables and fresh fruit in a rainbow of colors. The front office staff mingled. Some of them stayed for a few minutes and left. Others camped out. She was one of those who staked out a seat and hunkered down for the game. Being in her office when the team was on the field was like trying to ignore a chocolate bar next to the keyboard. This was the last game of the season. And the Redrocks were on a winning streak. She wasn't going to miss a moment. The batter from Chicago ground out to short. The game wasn't a nail-biter, but it still felt oh so good to win by 3. And just like that, it was time for the after-party. Sheila migrated with the staff in the box down to the lobby. A local band played, their mix of country and pop music rising up into the 2-story vaulted ceilings. Redrocks players and their families mingled in and out of the room, along with the front office staff, grounds crew, and anyone else who was considered part of the Redrocks family. Some of the players were more excited than others to get out of town. As the celebration of their first season with a new owner and a new coach wound down, Sheila got a text from Harper. "Will you stop by my office before you leave?" Sheila scanned the room, wondering when the owner had disappeared. She'd been here earlier, kicking off the party with a speech about her dad, who'd passed away and left the team to her. Jake Richmond had hired Sheila, but that was the extent of their interaction. He preferred to hang with the executive team. Harper was different, she mingled on all levels of the corporation. Still, hearing the ache in Harper's heart made Sheila want to text her dad and tell him how much she loved him. The band had a few more numbers to play, but Sheila didn't want to keep Harper waiting. She made her way up to the top floor. Lauren, Harper's personal assistant, motioned for her to go ahead. She knocked on Harper's office door before popping inside. "You wanted to see me?" Harper gulped down water. She waved Sheila into the room. Behind Harper's desk was a giant picture window that afforded her a beautiful view of the baseball field below and the red cliffs beyond. Sheila loved the symbolism of having the field built into the cliffs, like the Redrocks were born to be part of the St. George landscape. On the left wall was a family portrait of Harper, Coach Wolf, and his adopted son, Logan. The 3 of them stood in front of a brick building with peeling paint. They wore matching shirts and smiles. The image stirred something in Sheila's soul, made her envious of Harper. But it wasn't the billions of dollars in her bank account Sheila coveted. It was a slice of heaven built in a loving family of her own. Sitting in a chair facing Harper's desk was David Butler, head of marketing and Sheila's boss. David was a thin man with a big personality. He had an egg-shaped head, bald on top with dark gray ringing the sides and back. He liked to wear blue button-up shirts and had thick, silver-rimmed glasses. Sheila's heart sank to the floor. She couldn't imagine what she'd done that would bring her into a meeting with these 2, but having them both look at her like she was Maria von Trapp and they weren't sure what to do with a problem like her didn't bode well. The season was barely over. The band hadn't packed up yet. If they were going to fire her, now would be a good time. Ugh, sometimes it didn't pay to have an active imagination. "What's up?" She forced herself to sit in the chair and appear relaxed. Harper nodded for David to start. He took a deep breath and folded his hands together. "You've done an excellent job, once again." She let out half the air she'd trapped in her lungs. There was a but in there somewhere, and she wasn't going to get caught unawares. "Your work with the pantry and the elementary schools and the hospital has brought in a third of our ticket buyers." Sheila couldn't help but smile. She'd taken the players into the elementary schools to talk about everything from bullying to drugs and dealing with divorce and abuse. Some of the players had personal stories they shared. Some had a knack for inspiring others to chase their dreams. Linking the right player with the right program had taken some time, but she'd figured it out. Along with the visits, they handed out coupons for 25% off tickets to home games, making it easy to track how much revenue those visits brought in. A third of the tickets sold was huge. The year before, it had been an eighth. Thanks, boss. I love what I do, and I feel blessed to work with the Redrocks family. Harper smiled. I can tell. You put your heart into your job. That's why David and I think you'll do a magnificent job with a new assignment we've cooked up. Sheila perked at the mention of a challenge. The off-season was slower in the outreach department, but it wasn't like she twiddled her thumbs from October to February. Still, she could take on more. What do you have in mind? Harper sighed. She took another long drink from her water bottle before continuing. Can I be frank with you? Sure. Sheila lifted a shoulder in an effort to appear casual when her nerves were wide awake. The Redrocks are in the red. Sheila wasn't privy to the financial statements, but after what David had just said, she thought they were bringing in bank. How is that even possible? Harper's eyes flitted to the painting of her father that hung on the east wall. He had on a Redrocks red polo shirt and a pair of gray slacks. His hair was gray and his cheeks lined with age. He had soft blue eyes and a proud smile. Dad had big dreams and promised the moon to a lot of people. Which means that he put the team in debt. More than he should have. Bless him, this was his field of dreams. Her face softened. We have a large loan coming due in the middle of November. Sheila noticed for the first time the hint of dark circles under Harper's eyes. She'd covered them well with makeup, but no shadows completely disappeared. Her worn expression said even more about the weight she carried as the owner of the newest team in the MLB. Sheila's need to nurture rose up. What can I do? David leaned forward. We'd like you to come up with a plan to fill the stadium at least 3 times in the month of October. Tickets can be cheap. $5 each should cover operating costs. We'll make the money we need to pay the loan in concessions. Sheila's heart hammered. You want me to fill a baseball stadium without a baseball game? They both nodded. She blinked several times, her mind going completely blank. You're a person who has big ideas. I know you can do this. Harper's smile seemed watered down. It wasn't that she didn't believe what she said, it was the stress that weakened the gesture. Sheila's mind had ground to a halt. Big ideas? It would be nice if she could string a couple of words together right now, let alone a way to put butts into the seats. She glanced at David. And you're okay with me overseeing this? Something of this magnitude would normally fall to him or one of his assistant marketing specialists. He had 4. He nodded easily. We're knee-deep in spring training plans already. We need you to take this on. She put her hands on her knees and pushed to standing. Okay, then. I'll get started first thing in the morning. Harper also stood. This time, her smile was a bit stronger, and Sheila took comfort in the fact that she'd already helped in a small way by accepting the responsibility. I can't wait to see what you come up with. Me too. Sheila shook hands all around and said her goodbyes. In the hall, she texted Ashley to meet her the next morning at Brookie's, a local bakery that specialized in loading their sweets with as much chocolate as possible. She was going to need a jolt of goodness to get her creativity going. She was still staring at her phone waiting for an answer when the elevator doors whooshed open in the lobby, allowing the band's version of Don't Be Cruel to a Heart That's True to fill the small space. She walked off, not paying attention to what or whom was in front of her because she was mentally willing Ashley to reply. The woman practically lived on her phone, and the one time Sheila needed her to respond, she didn't. Right as she lifted her head to watch where she was going, she slammed into Brock. He wrapped an arm around her back to keep her from bouncing off his solid chest. "Oh." She gasped at the feel of his muscles beneath her left hand. Her right still clutched her phone. Brock grinned, took her right hand, and spun her out in a Frank Sinatra/Ginger Rogers move. Without missing a beat, he pulled her back in. His eyes gleamed with mischief. "Have you been drinking?" she asked. "What?" "No." Her phone dinged, and they both looked at the screen. "Brookie's at 8 a.m. "I'll be there." "Big date?" he asked, his hand still on the small of her back, keeping her from escaping. Not that she was trying all that hard. Being in Brock's arms was rather nice, comforting. Like he could hold her up even though she'd been bowled over by this new assignment. The time constraints alone were enough to lose some serious sleep over. Yet this was Brock. The guy who thought doing her job was akin to stealing money from widows. She pushed against his chest without answering, kneading out of the swirly-twirly haze that had grown around them and the muffled sounds in the crowded room. Not to mention they were surrounded by their coworkers. She didn't need rumors to start about her and a player. Even if that player was extremely hot and amazing with children. She'd thought of little else besides the sweet exchange between him and Elizabeth as she drifted off to sleep every night since their visit over a week ago. The image was oddly soothing. She needed to get out of here. Not only was snuggling a coworker bad for her image, but he had a date with Kelly this week. Her hormones screeched to a halt at the thought of her sister in this very spot. She threw her hands in the air and retreated. She would not go after the same guy as her sister and start Sister War 3. Sister War I had been ugly, but Sister War 2 almost destroyed the family. If Kelly wanted Brock, she could have him. He let her go and ran a hand through his beach waves, making her think that she'd like to run her hands through that thick, dreamy hair. She barely managed to hold back her lusty sigh. What does the outreach specialist do in the off-season? I guess you don't get the next 4 months off. Nope. I'll be here. Working, working, working. Did that sound as dumb out loud as it did in her head? Gag. Gather your wits, girl. Sheila flipped her bangs off her forehead. Have a great off-season, she said with a dismissive smile. I will. He smiled back, his posture shifting to match her own. He entered the elevator. The moment the doors shut, it was like she could breathe again, and she gasped for air. Dang, it smelled like Brock, all freshly showered and sprayed down with those manly sprays men used to lure hordes of women to them. She pressed her hand over her belly, where the butterflies were having panic attacks. She'd be a goner for that scent for the rest of her life. Darn that Brock. If he was going to date her sister, he should learn to keep his arms and his man spray to himself. Brookie's was the kind of bakery that liked you to pull out a chair and stay a while. They had padded seats, padded booths, free refills on coffee and soda, and a display case 12 feet long full of the most delectable desserts imaginable. Sheila was already eyeing up the triple fudge brownie with fudge topping and white chocolate swirls for after they came up with an amazing plan to open the stadium in October. At the rate ideas were flowing, she'd never get that cake. She dug her hands into her hair and leaned her elbows on the table. Think. Gah, why is this so hard? We have an entire stadium at our disposal. Ashley scratched her forehead as she considered the list of ideas they'd compiled. That's the problem. We don't have anything big enough. She leaned her head on her fist and sighed. The buzzer that indicated a new customer had come and sounded. Sheila's gaze dashed to the newcomer and then snagged on him like a nail on a sweater. Hide me. She scrambled for something to duck behind, but the table was empty of everything but their pad of paper and 2 empty plates that once held chocolate waffles with whipped cream, chocolate chips, strawberries, and fudge sauce. The strawberries were there for justification purposes only. Ashley flipped around. In a completely obvious move. To see who had come in. Brock. She lifted a hand and waved. What part of hide me did you miss? Sheila hissed, leaning over the table to be lower than Ashley. Ashley's face clouded with confusion. I thought you liked him. Sheila blanched. She hadn't been a good best friend and updated Ashley on the Brock situation. We have got to talk more often. Brock arrived at their table, looking so good he could have stood next to the chocolate cake in the display case and women wouldn't be able to pick between the two. Who was Sheila kidding? They'd pick Brock every time. Instead of standing to say hello and then leaving, he swung a chair around so he could sit on it backwards and took a seat. Hello. He turned his casual beach smile on Sheila. So this is your date? Sheila rolled her eyes. I never confirmed nor denied the nature of this meeting. She may have let him believe she was seeing someone. Wait. Was that why he'd come in, to spy on her? That was weird. It was weird, right? For a guy to come check out the competition. Even if it turned out there wasn't any. Sheila's hands took flight, touching her cup, picking up her fork and putting it back down, twitching. For the love. She sat on them. But that only made her aware of the heavy pounding of her heart. She prayed Brock couldn't hear it. Ashley twisted her lips. I just broke up with my boyfriend, so. Brock laughed. Good to know. So what's the big meeting about? He reached out a large hand and pulled their notepad over to him as if he had a right to be a part of their discussion. His assumption that they'd want him there rankled. She tried to grab it back, but he held on, his eyes scanning their chicken-scratched brainstorming session. Field day. Aging well conference. Keynote speaker? What is this? Sheila managed to rip the notebook away from his grasp. Dang, he was strong. She scowled. None of your business. Harper wouldn't like it if the players knew about the giant loan that was due. The off-season was hot for trades and signing new players. If the guys thought they were on a sinking ship, they might bail. She hadn't even mentioned it to Ashley, figuring it was need-to-know information. She wasn't sure how Brock could take her from heart palpitations to level 7 annoyed so quickly, but he could do it with ease. Ashley cleared her throat. We're trying to come up with a series of fall events for the stadium. Sheila kicked her under the table. Ashley jumped and glared, her look saying, I didn't tell him anything important. What about a concert? Brock asked. Thankfully, he ignored their antics and acted like they were all adults. Which Sheila didn't feel like at the moment. She felt like the nerdy girl in the lunchroom, hoping some guy didn't walk by and steal her chocolate milk. She'd hated junior high. Great, but what kind of music? Asked Ashley. A big name, Brock replied. Sheila shook her head. All the big names have big price tags. We don't have that kind of money to throw at this event. Not to mention they're already booked on tours. Brock sank over the back of the seat as she effectively stomped all over his idea. But it was a good thought. I'll make a note to start booking for next year. Hopefully they wouldn't be in this position next year. However, if things went well, Harper would want to do it again. Money was hard to turn down. Brock drummed his fingers on the table. Sheila found herself starting at them. He had square fingertips. His nail beds were curved, but the finger ended in a nice rounded square. She'd bet they felt heavenly massaging a scalp or a tight neck. She tipped her head from side to side, needing to loosen the muscles that were suddenly crying out for Brock's touch. Stupid disloyal muscles. Maybe we could get a cover band? Ashley offered. Would you pay to see a cover band? Sheila countered. Not really. They both leaned over and rested their cheeks on their fists. Ashley sat up. We could do a talent show. St. George has talent. I'd pay $5 to see that. Me too, added Brock. Sheila sighed. It's been done. They looked at her. In the spring. The turnout was great. She sighed again. We need something fresh. A talent show was good. I like the idea of an exhibition of some sort. A competition. She rolled the vague idea around in her mind, hoping it would catch on to something specific. Bike stunts? Brock threw out. Dancing with the Redrocks? Ashley added. Oh. My. Gosh. Sheila rose halfway out of her seat. I've got it. Could they really do this? There was so much that had to be done. A to-do list grew in her head like someone had thrown magic beans in there. Ashley grabbed her hand and shook it. What? We hold tryouts for a mascot. She beamed. We can invite gymnasts, cheerleaders, stunt guys, daredevils. Heck, we can invite the general public to try out. The hair on her arms stood on end. I'm getting goosebumps. She rubbed her palms against the bumps. Brock shook his head. We don't have a mascot. That's the beauty of it. We have the children pick the mascot. From, say, 3 options. Grades 7 through 12 can compete to design the costume. And anyone over 18 can try out. We reveal all the winning entries at the finale to draw in families. She was shaking with excitement. We can even sell merchandise. Collectible t-shirts with the Redrocks logo and a huge question mark underneath. Posters. Foam fingers. The works. One side of Brock's mouth lifted in a sultry smile. Teddy bears? Sheila's heart stopped. She swallowed hard in an effort to find her voice. Yeah. Ashley slid the pad of paper in front of her, flipped to a new page, and started taking notes. We'll make the tickets the ballots. That way they have to buy a ticket to vote. They're cheap, so people may buy more than one. Thank goodness for a focused best friend. Brilliant. Okay. 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 Sheila splayed her fingers out in front of her. I see 3 rounds of competition. Open tryout. Semi-finals. Finals. At the open tryout, we reveal the mascot. A bear or tree or whatever. Brock folded his arms. It cannot be a tree. She swatted at him. We'll figure that out in a minute. At the semi-finals, we reveal the winning design. At the finals, we put the winner in the suit at the end of the round. She clapped her hands together. Yep. I think that will work. We can have the finals the Saturday before Halloween. It's perfect because of the whole costume thing. Ashley grinned, her pen moving furiously. We should invite kids to dress up and trick-or-treat at the stadium. Should we order more bags? Publicity was an area where you had to spend money to make money. It was so frustrating. She wasn't even sure what her budget for this project was. She probably should have asked that before she'd taken the assignment. Well, it wasn't like she could have said no. Nah, have them bring their own. Brock folded his arms over the back of the chair. Back to this tree thing. Sheila took in the firm set to his mouth. He had a really nice mouth. His bottom and top lips were equally proportioned. They were slightly pink in a totally manly way. Though they'd go deeper in color after a good kissing session, she was sure. Ashley cleared her throat, and Sheila blinked back to reality. I'm Googling mascot options. Sheila stole another look at Brock's lips and then dropped her gaze. The things a man could do with lips like that. Kissing was just the tip of the iceberg. Whisper sweet words. Whistle when she walked out in that tight black dress. Did she mention kissing? Blobfish, said Ashley. No, Sheila and Brock shot it down at the same time. His voice snapped her out of her kissing daydreams. We're in a desert, Sheila added to prove to herself that she could have a coherent thought with the hottie sitting right there, looking all hot. And I am not playing for a team that has a wussy mascot. Oh, really? Sheila challenged. Really? Game on. What about the St. George elephants? They're a desert animal and some have tusks. Would ours have tusks? He asked. She eyed him thoughtfully. Probably not. Then no. His firm stance and the slightly defensive jut of his chin said Sheila was pushing his buttons. She liked it. She exchanged a conspiratorial look with her bestie. Ashley looked back down at her phone. A mongoose. They're native to the area. No. I know. I know. Sheila flapped her hands in excitement. A puffin. They are so cute. She flashed her screen to Ashley, who owed, and then to Brock. No. Puffin hater, Sheila muttered as she searched for another animal that would get under his skin. Zebra. Ashley exclaimed. No, Brock started to sound annoyed. A llama? Asked Sheila. Nuh-uh. A tortoise? We do not want to label ourselves the slowest team in the league. Brock ran a hand through his expertly tousled waves. It's like you guys have no idea how it feels to wear a jersey. Sheila stuck out her tongue. She was having a great time. Brock shot down a vulture, a spider, and a cockatoo, and the girls both shut down his idea of a rattlesnake. Because what woman wanted to wear a snake on her chest? Unless it was cute. But Brock nixed cute. So they agreed on an eagle, a bobcat, and a lion. She'd have to run all this past David and maybe Harper, but it was at least a plan. There are 1,000 things to do, the first of which is getting to the office and putting together a slideshow. Sheila and Ashley began gathering the papers they'd written on and ripped off the pad, scattering ideas like fall leaves. Brock got to his feet and slung the chair around in one fluid motion. I think I'll get some food. Sheila didn't look up. She could already imagine how broad his shoulders looked from her vantage point. Thanks for your help. I'm excited about this. Her head whipped up. You are? Yeah, we're making history here. Someday the kids who voted their schools will tell their grandkids they helped pick our mascot. He grinned. I get to tell mine that without me, it would have been the St. George blobfish. Sheila melted into her seat. She'd never heard a guy talk about his future grandkids before. The words created a pudding-like sensation in her knees, and she was grateful she was sitting down. You want grandkids? Kids first. He winked. Flustered, she dropped her pen. It clattered to the floor, the sound much louder in her ears than it should have been. That whole block out the rest of the world illness she developed when Brock was around did funny things to her senses. Brock went down on one knee, retrieved it, and held it out to her. If she'd thought her heart had palpitations before, the sight of him on one knee was enough to send her into cardiac arrest. Her hands itched to bracket his bronzed face and smother him with kisses while they debated names for their children. It would go much like their conversation today, where she threw out Sebastian and Joel and Oswald just to get under his skin, and he'd counter with Jagger and Phoenix and Austin. They'd argue for a bit, finally settling on Nicholas after his grandfather, and then they'd end with a major makeout session that left them both gasping for breath. Wow. Just wow. When she didn't reach for the pen, Brock took her hand and placed it inside. "Thank you," she managed to whisper. "Any time." His voice was deeper, husky, like he too felt the connection sizzling between them. He mumbled a goodbye and left. Ashley watched him go and then spun on Sheila. "What was that?" Sheila giggled. "I don't know." He was going to eat, but then he just wandered out like he had no idea where he was going. "I think you threw him for a loop." She shoved papers into her purse. "You two have some definite chemistry going on." Sheila followed Ashley's lead in cleaning off the table. The longer Brock was gone, the clearer her head. "It doesn't matter what type of chemistry we have." "Aha. So you admit there's chemistry?" "Sure." "Ha. Like I was saying. It doesn't matter. He's going out with Kelly, probably tonight. I'm bound by the sister code not to pursue any interest I may or may not have in a certain heavy hitter." But that didn't stop her from reliving the last few minutes over and over throughout the day. Brock had shown another side of himself. And she liked it. Liked it more than was good for her. Chapter 5. Brock glanced down at his arm as Kelly slid her hand into the crook of his elbow. They'd had a nice dinner in the small historical district. Actually, he wasn't sure if it was classified as historical or just built to look like a pioneer square. Sheila would know. He mentally groaned. That was the 100th time he'd thought of her in the last 3 hours. Which didn't bode well for things with Kelly. Kelly had grown up in this area, she would know if the brick was original to the pioneer settlers or just made to look old. The trouble was, he didn't really want to talk to Kelly about brick. He'd rather discuss it with Sheila. He was trying to be a gentleman and focus on his date, but he kept going back to the planning meeting at the bakery. He was pretty sure the girls had baited him with the whole tree for a mascot thing. And he'd fallen for it. Which he kind of liked. Kelly was talking about something, and he tuned in, once again scolding himself for not paying attention to his date. "I've always had this drive to succeed, to push myself, and in turn, to push medicine." She turned the full force of her blue eyes on him. And nothing happened. Not a leap of his heart, not a flutter in his chest, not even a spark of interest. He got nothing. You understand that, right? Because you play ball. You had to push yourself all the time in order to make it to the big leagues. Yep. So we're kind of the same. She snuggled up to his arm as they walked around the splash pool. The night was pleasantly warm, and the sound of water running over the strategically placed rocks soothed his troubled mind. Kelly, with her smiles and chipper attitude, thought the night was going better than he did. She continued to pull him tighter to her side, her arm like a vice, cutting off his circulation. "Oh, look, an old-fashioned merry-go-round. Let's ride." Brock used the excuse that he needed to get his wallet out to shake her off. There wasn't a line, so he purchased the tickets quickly. Julia would get a kick out of taking pictures with this thing. I'll have to mention it to Sheila. See if they want to have an autograph party down here or something. Brock bit his tongue. Yes, Sheila and Julia were the only two people he and Kelly had in common, but that was the 3rd time he'd brought up Sheila. If Kelly noticed, she did a good job of hiding it. The same attendant who sold the tickets went around to let them in. "Have a nice ride." "Thanks." Kelly winked at him over her shoulder. Instead of going to the double-seater, Brock climbed on a black stallion. He was so big, and the horse so small, that his feet could touch the ground. It would be a miracle if the horse was able to move up and down with him on it. Kelly perched side saddle on the pink horse next to his. It was the same color as her tight pants. Her knees brushed his thigh. What were we talking about? Oh, our competitive drive. Some people have it, and some don't. She lifted a bare shoulder. She wore a peekaboo blouse that flowed beautifully, and her hair was down in big curls. She was wearing more makeup than she had the other day too. If Brock was hanging out with a friend, he'd be having a great time, but the feeling that Kelly thought she had found more than that wouldn't let him relax. Sheila doesn't have that drive. What? The merry-go-round lurched into motion, and Brock grabbed onto the pole to keep from falling off the back end of his horse. Sheila. She doesn't have the drive. You know she scored higher than I did on the MCAT? She was supposed to follow me into med school, but she backed out because she couldn't stand the competition. He snorted. That was unlikely. Sheila isn't one to back down. She did. Maybe it was the following part she didn't like. He leaned over to make his point. People like us aren't good followers. We're leaders. Kelly sniffed delicately. Then she should have shown me up and taken the lead. If I can't hold up against the competition, I want to know. She glanced down at where her hands rested on the saddle. I always thought she was smarter than me. It was hard growing up with her always nipping at my heels. Brock cleared his throat. Well, you both turned out all right. Kelly giggled. I guess. Brock caught a note of derision in her simple statement. He wasn't going to poke the hornet's nest and ask what she thought was wrong with Sheila's career choice. He was, however, not going out with Kelly again. She wasn't a bad person, she just wasn't his person. The sooner they got back to their cars, the better. Then, he'd find a way to help out with the mascot competition because the time he'd spent at the bakery had been more enjoyable than this date. And spending more time with Sheila was a perk he could get used to. Chapter 6. Well done, Sheila. Sheila grinned as she shook hands with David. Thank you. And thanks for clarification on the budget. They had enough money that she could do this right. Which was a relief. She'd bring the events together on a tighter budget than allotted, and coming in under budget was fine. Except that people began to think you could always make that happen, and she preferred to have some wiggle room. David and the others from his department left the conference room, their heads together as they worked out what needed to be done on their own projects. She was glad they were here, though, so that they were all on the same page when it came to long-term marketing. Working a mascot into merchandise for the next year had sparked some enthusiasm. Designing hats alone would take them weeks. Ashley rushed out too. There were several things that needed to be done before the end of the day, and that was coming up fast. Harper waited until the room cleared and it was just the two of them. Her skin looked sallow under the two bright room lights. This was kind of brilliant. I've been thinking we should have a mascot, but nothing ever seems right. I love the idea of letting the city choose. It will help them feel as if the mascot really is theirs. That's what I'm hoping for. Your timeline is tight. You'll be putting in some extra hours. I know. But it will be worth it. Well, keep track. Ashley too. We'll get you some comp time around the holidays. That's more than I could ask for. Harper laughed. You didn't ask, I offered. So take it and don't argue. She spread her cheeks wide. Yes, ma'am. Harper said goodbye, and Sheila went about the task of unhooking her computer. Oh, hey, Brock, Harper said. Sheila's eyes snapped to the broad shoulders filling the doorway. Her breath caught, and for a moment, the only person in the world was him. But then reality crashed down as she remembered that he'd gone out with Kelly the night before. With a sad shake of her head, she went back to organizing her notes. There were sticky notes everywhere, and the pages wouldn't line up nicely. "Is there something I can help you with?" Harper asked just outside the door. "Actually, I'm here for Sheila." Oh. That one little word held way too much interest from her matchmaking boss. Sheila knew all too well what lengths Harper would go to in order to bring a couple together, having been in on her latest scheme. She wasn't about to give the woman any ideas. "Brock, it's good to see you," Sheila said in her most professional voice. "What can I help you with?" Harper excused herself, but not before she passed a knowing look to Sheila. Sheila shook it off, hoping Harper got the message. Brock glanced around the room. She had an image of the electronic ballot on the whiteboard. They'd had to go digital for the voting because of the time constraints. That made it more difficult for the elementary schools to participate, but she'd composed a letter of explanation to deliver. The schools could copy it and distribute it to their teachers, who would, in turn, help the children vote on their in-class Chromebooks. I was dying to know what they said. He hooked his thumb over his shoulder, indicating the executives who had filed out. Lines appeared in his forehead, and her fingers wiggled, wanting to smooth them away. It was all I could do not to stick my head in here and tell them to just go for it. Sheila grinned. "The project is a go. I have a budget and a plan." A reminder beeped on her phone. "What I don't have is time." "Oh, then I guess I'd better buy you dinner." Brock's left cheek lifted in that sultry surfer grin that made her chest warm. He could conjure up all sorts of sultry scenes with that troublemaker smile. Her favorite, as of late, was slow dancing in the surf. "I can't." Which was so true. It wasn't that she didn't want to, because a part of her really wanted to explore the sizzle that happened every time he touched her. But she couldn't date him. "Because you have to work late?" He filled in an excuse for her. And it would have been a great excuse if there wasn't a more permanent reason to not to fall into his delicious sky-blue eyes for all of eternity. She huffed, finding the courage to be honest. There was no reason to play games with him. "Because you're dating my sister." The forehead lines deepened. Dated, not dating. Might date again is the same as dating. Then there's not a problem. She considered him, her hand on her hip. "Why? What's wrong with my sister?" He reared back. "And nothing." "Then why aren't you going out with her again?" He ran his hand through his hair. "Because she's not you." "Oh, heck no." She threw her hands up toward him. And threw off any bad juju that came with that statement. "I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole." There was no way she was going to go near Kelly's territory. She loved her sister, but the woman's bite was far worse than her bark. He ran his hand through his hair again and again. The movement was completely distracting, considering the way his hair waved back into place, all perfect and silky looking. Seriously, did the guy use any product, or had the gods touched their finger to his head and called it styled? "Okay, how about just because I want to spend time with you," he offered. Her phone dinged another reminder. "Time is what I don't have right now." "I can see that." His blue eyes sparked. "What you need is an assistant." Her stomach flipped. "I have one." Theoretically, Sheila was not opposed to an increase in Brock exposure. There were just so many possible things that could go wrong if she stepped into that particular ray of sunshine. One of the biggest was that her alligator sister would snap. She loved Kelly. Kelly was the only sibling she had. And while they may not have the same goals in life, Sheila had long ago come to the understanding that they could still be sisters. But if she messed with a guy Kelly had her eye on, if she stole him. Although how you could steal a person was ridiculous. The person had a choice in the matter. But still, Kelly wouldn't see it in that light. The fact that Brock had gone out with Kelly first and decided he didn't like her that way was not Sheila's fault. She'd done nothing. Nothing. To entice him her way. At least, nothing on purpose. He stepped closer, bringing that manly smell with him and breaking down Sheila's defenses. Oh heck, she could always claim they were doing work-related tasks. I guess I could use some help, she hedged. With the project. What time and where? She narrowed her eyes. You've already filled your contractual quota of volunteer hours. I can't pay you for this. This is about doing something for the team. In fact, I'll bring a couple more guys so we can split up the work. She grinned. That was about the most perfect thing he could have said. She loved the Redrocks, and she loved volunteers. Okay, tomorrow, 8 a.m., in the lobby. We'll start the rounds. I'll bring the donuts. He rapped his knuckles on the table, his devil-may-care grin stealing the air right out of her lungs. Bye. Bye, she wheezed out. She watched him walk away, admiring the way his jeans fit. There were jeans, and then there were jeans on Brock. The difference was like splashing in a kiddie pool or diving into an Olympic-sized facility. The Olympic version was a whole-body experience. She was headed to the deep end with this guy, and she'd have to play it safe. There was no way she could spend a whole day with him and not do something embarrassing. Like run her hand over his abs or pass out because she sniffed him too often. Tomorrow was going to be a test of her Brock endurance levels. A sweet little shoulder angel gave her a pat and told her she could do this. The snarky little devil told her to throw herself into the water and let him save her. Chapter 7. Brock rolled his window up after telling Ricky to ride shotgun. He was from Southern California and used to moisture and the smell of sea salt in the air. If he couldn't have that, then he'd take the air conditioner over the dry desert air. Ricky climbed in and lounged in the passenger seat. He was set to fly home in a week. He had a girl there that he was looking forward to spending some time with and maybe bringing her back with a ring on her finger. Brock was on standby for best man duties. He wouldn't mind spending Thanksgiving in the Dominican Republic, but his parents would be disappointed. Why you no let me drive, griped Ricky. His accent thickened when he was upset, and he was in quite a mood that Brock didn't hand over the keys. Because we want to live, replied Heath Darcy from the back seat. He bumped the seat with his knee, making Ricky lurch forward. Heath was a big guy. The designated hitter weighed in at 290 pounds. He had a full beard and a belly. If you didn't know he was an athlete, you could mistake him for a couch potato. Except for the sharpness in his gray eyes. It was his eyes that told pitchers he was going to take their best and knock it right out of the park. Brock laughed. I'm not letting you drive my truck in traffic, man. You need more practice. Ricky glowered. I'm going to buy my own car next season. Heaven help us all, muttered Heath. He hooked the headrest with his beefy hand. Listen, I'll hire someone to drive you around, a cute co-ed from Dixie, if you promise not to endanger the sweet grandmas that drive these streets. Ricky glared through the windshield and muttered in Spanish under his breath. Don't tick him off, Heath. He'll do it just to prove he can, Brock warned. He swiped his palm down his pants to get rid of the moisture. See, man? You've got Brock nervous too. Heath bumped the seat again. Brock swerved, knocking Heath into the door. Hey! Shut up, dude. Brock flipped in his seat, taking his eyes off the road for 2 seconds so he could communicate with his face how stupid he thought Heath was at the moment. It's not you that's making me nervous, he said to Ricky in a vain effort to calm him down. The last thing any of them needed was that hothead with his own car. He'd have to pass the driving test and get a license, but no instructor deserved to have his life flash before his eyes just to tell Ricky he'd failed. Heath turned his attention on Brock. Brock could feel it like a spotlight, uncomfortably hot and singling him out. "What's the lady's name?" Brock shook his head. "There's no lady." Bull bleep. Heath was one of the few guys on the team who beeped out his own swear words. He was from the South, and his daddy was a mean son of a gun. There were marks on Heath's backside that no one on the team dared ask about, but that they all assumed were the reason he edited his language. "You are totally hooped. Otherwise you wouldn't be dragging the two of us back to the stadium when the season is over." Ricky turned in his seat. "Is this true?" Brock shook his head. "Rule number 1, never let the guys know who you like until you know if she likes you back. Otherwise, you're just throwing blood in the water." The Sharks circled. Heath tapped Ricky. "Wanna take bets?" Ricky nodded. "Sure." Heath cracked his knuckles. "I bet you $100 I can figure it out within 2 minutes of pulling into the parking lot." Brock swallowed. "Don't be stupid." Ricky smiled. "Deal." Brock growled. "I hate you guys." Which in guy speak pretty much amounted to "you're my best friends, but you're hitting too close to the mark." He steered them into the parking lot. Brock's heart sank as he looked at the small group gathered in front of the main doors. Sheila, Ashley, and Julia were there, along with the interns from the marketing department. They were college-aged and wore backpacks as if they were in between classes. There were also a half-dozen paper boxes on a dolly. The sound of Brock's door slamming brought all their faces his direction, but only Sheila's lit up like the stadium lights. He'd promised himself he'd stay neutral for the first 2 minutes so that Heath's wallet was $100 lighter, but he couldn't help the warmth that spread through him as their eyes met. And he didn't have any control over the smile that spread across his face. Seeing Sheila was like watching the sun set over the Pacific Ocean. She was that beautiful. Something smacked, and he tore his eyes off the gorgeous community involvement specialist to see Ricky slapping 100 into Heath's outstretched hand. Heath smirked. "Give me a challenge, man." "Shut up." He made it to the group in record time. Not because he was trying to get away from Heath, but because there was no point in trying to stay away now that the cat was out of the bag. Sheila grinned at all of them. "Thank you so much for coming in. I know you'd rather be off playing on a beach somewhere." Her cheeks turned red, and she ducked momentarily. Ricky laughed. "In a week, yes." Heath shook his head. "Some of us prefer the mountains." "Oh, really?" Ashley bit her lip, looking up at Heath from lowered lashes. Heath blinked at her like he didn't believe she was flirting with him. "Really? I can see you in flannel." She flushed a dark shade of red. Brock widened his eyes and shared a look with Sheila, who was equally surprised. Ashley was like a doll compared to Heath. He could pick her up and put her in his pocket for safekeeping if he wanted to. From the deer in the headlights look Heath had on his face, he wasn't sure what to do with Ashley. "Okay, let's pair off." Sheila worked to keep the outing on schedule. She explained about the flyers in the boxes while handing out papers with the assignments. The 4 interns divided into 2 groups and took the top boxes off the stack. They were given schools that had recently had a player visit. Julia glanced at Ricky. "Wanna ride with me?" Ricky's gaze shifted. "Can I drive?" "I have a permit." Before Brock or Heath could warn her, she chirped, "Sure, if you carry the box." "Deal." Ricky grabbed a box of paper and trotted off with Julia. Heath made the sign on the cross over his chest. "Is his driving that bad?" asked Ashley. Should we warn her? Brock asked Heath. Heath kissed the cross hanging on a gold chain around his neck and looked towards heaven as if invoking a blessing upon Ricky and Julia. It's in God's hands now. Sheila pressed her hand to her stomach. I actually like Julia, so if there's something you all want to tell me. The group held their breath as Julia's car started up, backed slowly out of the parking spot, and left the stadium. Huh. Brock ran his hand through his hair. Maybe he needed a female instructor. Yeah, or you suck. Brock lifted a shoulder. I've never taught anyone to drive before. It's like trying to explain how to walk. Or how to hit a ball, added Heath. Ashley giggled. Maybe for some of you. She smacked Heath's arm and his ears flamed. Brock folded his arms, enjoying his buddy's discomfort. Hey, if you guys get done in time, you should go to the cages and let Heath show you how to hit. See if he's any good at coaching. Heath rounded on him, his jaw clenching. What? If Braden Burks can coach pitching, you can coach batting. Sheila rescued Heath with, work on the flyers first, please. Heath grumbled what sounded like Little Pez's head as he reached down and picked up the second to last box. Where to? Ashley pointed to her light blue car. Heath headed that way. As they were walking, Ashley flipped around and fanned her face. Sheila shook her head and mouthed work. Ashley gave her one of those shrugs that said, I can't be held accountable for what I'm about to do. Sheila sighed. It's a wonder any work gets done around here with 25 hotties running amok. She grabbed the back of the dolly so she could roll the box around the parking lot. My car or your truck? Brock's head spun. 25 hotties? Sheila swatted at his arm. Come on. You guys have to know you're all totally hot. Brock struck the pose one did when he was bragging about the underwear commercial he'd filmed. Whatever do you mean? Sheila rolled her eyes. You're impossible. Impossibly hot? Oh my gosh. Get in the truck. Her face was pink. Brock had the unmistakable urge to run the backs of his fingers down her cheek, to feel the softness of her skin, the warmth. Instead, he opened her door, then the back door where he loaded the box, and finally the tailgate where he slid in the dolly. It fit perfectly against the stack of wood he'd picked up that morning. Project? Sheila asked as he climbed in the cab and clicked his seatbelt in place. A deck. Really? She leaned her elbow on the middle console. I helped my dad rebuild our deck when I was in junior high. Yeah. He shifted in his seat so he could see her better out of the corner of his eye. They spent the rest of the drive talking about his plans. She wanted to know all the details from the type of railing to the thickness of the support beams. By the time they pulled into the first school, he was on the verge of asking her over to check it out. The invitation stuttered and died on his tongue. She had too much on her plate right now, and he wasn't in the mood to get shut down. Again. They made their way into the eerily quiet building. Their footsteps bounced off a row of blue lockers with too many coats of paint, and a fluorescent light flickered overhead. He leaned over and whispered, "This is when the scary clown comes out with a chainsaw." She snorted a laugh. They're in class, dork. He opened the door to the office, and they were met with a hive of productivity and the smell of freshly sharpened pencils. A student stood on their side of a tall desk, leaning against it as if his legs could barely hold him up and talking on the phone. Mom? Can you bring my gym shorts? Brock groaned. That brings back memories. What? He pressed his lips, debating whether he should confess one of his biggest embarrassments. No matter how old he got or how many home runs he hit, the memory would follow him around and pop up like a bad penny. I showed up to the wrong gym class my first day of junior high. So, I walked into a weight room full of ninth graders wearing the school-issued Speedo, thinking that was the door to the pool. Sheila's hands flew to her mouth. No. I had the world's skinniest legs, a tan line across my thighs, and these spindly arms. He waved his arms around like octopus legs. The guys in there were all Heaths. He puffed his cheeks out and waddled 2 steps. What did you do? I took off for the door and managed to make it to the locker room, where I locked myself in a bathroom stall and stood on the toilet until they left. That must have been horrible. He twisted his lips. It wasn't so bad until I slipped. You didn't. She giggled. That's horrible. Her laughter belied her words. Splash. He blew his hands apart. She laughed harder. His story was interrupted by the secretary asking what they needed. Sheila explained, and they were ushered back into the vice principal's office. He was finishing up a phone call. Sheila switched to professional mode. The laughter was replaced by a soft smile and no-nonsense tilt to her chin. She sat so straight her back didn't touch the chair. He much preferred the laid-back attitude in the truck. He decided to see if he could get her to crack a real smile. They called me swim trunks all year. Sheila laughed but hurriedly covered it up with a cough. Later, she whispered out of the side of her mouth. The VP held up a finger to say he'd only be a minute. He went in for one final shot before the buzzer. Someone ran my suit up the flagpole. It fluttered beautifully. Her shoulders shook with silent laughter, but she held on to her composure as the VP folded his hands in front of him on the desk and welcomed them to the school. Thank you. It's wonderful to be here. Her voice warbled. And slightly disturbing, Brock said, just loud enough for her to hear. Her head tipped to the side as if she'd been dealt a blow. Her hand went to his knee just out of the VP's line of sight in a warning. His skin burned from her touch and the warmth spread throughout his cells. She continued, her voice informative. The Redrocks are selecting a mascot, and we'd like your school to participate in the voting process. Yes, we'd love you to jump in with both feet, he added. She squeezed his knee tighter and pressed her lips together. The VP glanced back and forth between the two of them. He knew something was going on under his nose, he just wasn't sure what. Sheila released Brock and pulled out a flyer, explaining about the mascot tryout events, as well as the big reveal of the animal the children decided on. All the information is here, and we have additional flyers in the front office that you can distribute to the teachers and staff. We feel that this is a wonderful opportunity for the children to be involved with the team and the community. The VP's jowls shook in disbelief as he scanned the flyer. You're really letting elementary-aged children pick the mascot for the team? Brock leaned forward, pointing to the top of the desk. This isn't swimming laps. It's state championships. Every stroke, every kick, every vote counts. Sheila shot to her feet. Brock jumped up too. Thank you so much for your time. If you have any questions, please feel free to call my office. She placed a card on the desk and smacked Brock's belly with the back of her hand as she left. She was good. She made it all the way out the double doors before she broke into a smile. I'm going to make you sit in the car next time. He rocked his head from side to side. I'm just getting warmed up. Really? She cocked an eyebrow in challenge. He sobered. But if you tell anyone on the team what I just told you, I will have your car towed. She laughed, his threat not at all threatening. Sure. Sure. They visited 3 more schools. At each one, he did his best to give Sheila a hard time, using every swimming and water reference he could come up with. At one point, he took her phone from her hand and spun it like a top on the desk. Just to see what she would do. She didn't even pause in her delivery. At the end of their route, she relaxed into the seat of his truck and leaned her elbow against the door. I'm a little confused. A Speedo is a tight pair of. Now her eyes danced over him, and he got the feeling she wouldn't mind seeing him in a Speedo now. He sucked in his gut and puffed out his chest. You guys moan and groan during the season when I hand out assignments, but in the off-season, you volunteer and bring 2 guys with you. Why is that? He swallowed, his mouth having gone dry. Weird, right? Right. She waited for his answer. He kept his eyes straight ahead. Maybe I needed the right motivation. And what was that? Because I already told you I can't compensate you. Ah, heck. He needed to just say it. I wanted to spend time with you. She ducked her head. Brock, my sister, was not fun. Sheila turned toward him. He took in a breath. Look. We went out. We talked. It was all average. And I know I shouldn't compare 2 women. Especially sisters. But I've had more fun with you in the last hour than I did in a whole evening with Kelly. Sheila wrapped her arms around her middle and leaned forward. Why do you have to make this so hard? I'm not trying to. He pulled the truck into a parking spot at the stadium. Ricky was leaning against Julia's car, a wicked grin on his face. Heath and Ashley weren't back yet. He wondered if they had stopped at the cages for that private lesson. Then he wondered how it was going. Tell me you haven't had fun with me, and I'll be Mr. Professional from here on out. But if you've had a good time, even a little bit of one, then we should have more fun together. She turned towards him and rubbed her red lips together, drawing his gaze. The air grew thick with anticipation and sparked with attraction. He tucked her hair behind her ear and ran his fingers down her jaw. See? Fun. Sheila pulled away. Okay. Okay? Her words didn't match her action. Okay, we can have fun together. He felt a smile spread his lips wide. Great. I'll pick you up tomorrow at 6. You don't have my address. Text it to me. I don't have your phone number. I put it in your phone. She gaped at him. You really should have a lock on your screen. He said it with all seriousness, though he was teasing her. She pressed the home button and a keypad popped up. What is this? Like I said, you should have a key code. He smiled innocently. I gave you one. What is it? She asked, her voice shrill. He winked. 5353. Your jersey number? I'm so changing that. Her thumbs flew as she opened her phone. Once it worked, she pulled the door handle up and slid out. I have to go. There's still so much to do. He nodded. She had post-it notes over post-it notes in a small leather planner in her purse. He wasn't here to distract her, that could be a problem for all of them. She was important to the organization, and this project was important to her. He didn't want to get in the way of that. I know. Let me know if I can help. She nodded and wiggled her phone. I'm still changing the code. He lifted a shoulder. The moment the door shut, he sent her a text. No, you won't. He knew the second she read it, because her shoulders drew back and she brought the phone up to her nose. Her reply came through with lightning speed. Wouldn't you like to know if I did or didn't swim trunks? He laughed out loud. Yeah. They should do more of this. Have more fun together. And then, they should explore other ways to have fun. ways that involved her thick red lips. Ricky climbed in the seat Sheila had vacated. "You suck at driving lessons." Brock laughed, feeling lighter than he had the night he hit 3 home runs in LA. Chapter 8. Sheila floated into the offices, her heart all aflutter because of Brock. He was funny and sweet and determined. She had made up her mind to never date him, never flirt with him, never explore the attraction that surfaced whenever he was near. But he'd made her laugh. He'd taken what was otherwise a stressful day and turned it into one of the best days she'd had on the job. And she loved her job, so that was saying something. Why didn't more guys get it? Romance was amazing, but a guy who made you laugh? That was the guy you want to be with. That was the guy that made you want to rush all day so you have time to freshen your makeup before a date. That was the guy you want to kiss. The guy you could fudge a story to your sister over. Because Sheila was going to have to fudge things with Kelly. Well, maybe not for one date. Heck, she could go out with Brock, and he could decide that she was average. Oh, Kelly would burn up if she knew he'd called her average. She heard sniffling coming from the conference room and slowed her steps, straining her ears for some clue as to who was in there. "Sorry. I'm just discouraged." Harper's voice came through the cracked door. "It's okay, sweetheart," Coach Wolf answered. Sheila shifted her weight from foot to foot. Should she walk past like she hadn't heard anything? She should, but she couldn't. Harper was discouraged enough about the team to shed tears. That was a big deal. Did this have something to do with the loan? How bad were things? "Do you want to quit?" Sheila threw her hands over her mouth to stifle a gasp. Quit? As in quit the team? That was inconceivable. Harper wasn't only the owner, she was the heart. She had brought on Coach Wolf. A gamble for sure, but one that had paid off as he'd brought the guys together. Between Harper in the front office and her husband in the locker room, the Redrocks had blossomed. There was so much hope for next season, everyone felt like they were on the verge of a breakout. Next year, they were going to compete at a higher level. They'd drop the worst team in the league label and take the season by storm. "I don't know," Harper replied. "I'm struggling. Let's sleep on it, okay?" The sound of a soft kiss snapped Sheila out of her eavesdropping. She took several quiet steps back, lifted her head, and charged towards her office, not sparing the conference room door a second look. She hadn't known things were this bad, that Harper was feeling so much pressure. She had to help. This mascot audition/talent competition had to work. She needed to get to Julia and go over the social media blitz they'd planned. Maybe they could work in a few more posts. Maybe some of their regular season sponsors would post too. The Redrocks needed her full attention, and no matter how handsome Brock was with his tan skin and his goofball sense of humor, she needed to focus on her job if she was going to give the team a shot at that breakout season. Chapter 9. Sheila whipped the flat iron away from her face, twisted it just so, and let her hair slide slowly through the heat to make a beautiful curl. She grinned as it fell into place. Brock would be here in 15 minutes, and her heart pounded a haphazard beat of anticipation. Her eyes fell on the dozen red roses in a red glass vase, and she smiled. They were romantic. Some might even think they were cliché. But they were also Redrocks red, her favorite color, which she'd revealed to Brock in a text the day before. The fact that he'd remembered and then done something about it was chocolate sauce. If she were going to send him something, it would be a bouquet of tape measures. He spent every waking minute working on his off-season project. Well, every minute he wasn't texting her. She didn't mind the distractions at all, and since he included pictures of each stage in the process, she felt like she was right there with him, smelling the sawdust and pulling out splinters. Her phone rang and she jumped to answer it in case it was Brock. Her house wasn't hard to find, but the street sign had been knocked down a couple weeks ago and still lay on the grass, waiting for the city to get around to putting it back up. It wasn't Brock's number on the screen. Her heart rate slowed down considerably as she contemplated not answering Kelly. If she didn't answer, Kelly would just call back every 5 minutes until she did. She groaned. Better to answer now so she didn't have to explain when Brock was nearby. Hey. She put the call on speaker and set it on the dresser while she fished through her jewelry box for a pair of earrings to go with her casual outfit. Brock had said to dress as if she were going out to recess. Since she'd been the kickball champion of the 4th grade, she opted for skinny jeans, a Redrocks fitted tee, and a hoodie slung over her arm in case it got chilly when the sun went down. How's it going? Great. What are you doing tonight? I have a date. She slid a ring onto her finger. It was a fat silver band that wouldn't catch on clothing. Oh. Disappointment dripped through the line. Well, how much do you like this guy? Because Brittany, J, and I have an extra ticket to Le Rêve, that water and acrobatics show in Vegas. Do you remember we talked about it a while back? Sheila bit her cheek. She remembered, all right. She remembered that she'd told her parents how much she wanted to see the show and that it was sold out for some time. Kelly had turned her nose up and said the reviews were less than impressive. She pressed the bridge of her nose. This was typical Kelly. Scorn something Sheila likes, but if her friends were interested, then it became fascinating. I'm going to have to pass. Well, at least sound disappointed about it. Sorry. I'm distracted trying to find my running shoes. She headed for the closet, carrying her phone in one hand. Avoidance was the best peacekeeper. The sooner she got out of this conversation, the better. I hope you have a good time. Let me know what you think. Kelly didn't answer right away. You're wearing running shoes. Yeah. Who is this guy? He's not an intern, is he? Sheila involuntarily scrunched up her face. The interns were young. Much too young for her. He makes a decent living and he's taking me to dinner. Again, avoidance. If Kelly thought Sheila was going after her guy to steal him away, she'd double down her efforts to win Brock over. Or back. If she got offended, then there would be rivers of tears and darts of accusations. Their parents would be involved, and Sheila would be painted as the bad guy. Which she could kind of see, because she was going out with a man who had recently gone out with her sister. It wasn't even like she didn't know Brock and Kelly had dated. Ignorance wouldn't be a viable defense in this case. Wow. Score 1 for you, Kelly said in her best older sister voice. What's that supposed to mean? You haven't exactly been picky about who you date. I haven't? Sheila thought back to her last 2 boyfriends. The ones who'd actually met her family, anyway. They were both good, solid contributors to society. One had been a computer guy, doing something techie for car dealerships. The other was a human relations specialist. I keep telling you, you need to come to the hospital's dinners with me. That's where you'll meet someone worth your time. Ah. Someone worth her time equaled doctor. Sheila shook her head. Kelly was so caught up in the prestige of what she did. She wanted the world to see her as Dr. Weaver, and keeping that persona was important. So since I didn't become a doctor, the next best thing would be to marry one? Exactly. Debating the pros and cons of marrying someone in the medical field could take up half her evening, and she'd rather have some fun with Brock. It's an interesting thought, and I'll give it some attention. Have a good time tonight. Who are? Gotta go. My date's here. Love you. Bye. She hung up and let out a giant puff of air. Just as she snagged her shoes from the back of the closet, the doorbell rang. Her heart squealed with excitement, and she dashed to answer the door. "Hey," she said, all breathy-like as she took in Brock in his dark jeans and navy t-shirt stretching across his impressive chest. The dark blue shirt made his eyes absolutely pop. His hair was perfectly disheveled, and she was itching to run her fingers through it. "Maybe tonight." A slow, sultry smile spread across Brock's face. "Hey, yourself." He glanced over her, his eyes coming right back to her red lips. She'd carefully applied the liner, lipstick, and gloss in hopes that he'd notice. By the gleam in his eye, he noticed. She stepped back. "Give me just a second." Holding on to the door for balance, she slipped her shoes on, tied them, and then picked her purse off the small table by the door. "Thanks. You look more like a player tonight than I do." He motioned to the Redrocks hoodie over her arm. She flushed. "What can I say? I like red." She immediately remembered the roses. "Thank you so much for the flowers. They're beautiful." He opened the passenger door to his truck for her, which smelled like new. Had he had it detailed for their date? The thin vacuum lines on the passenger seat confirmed her suspicion. How sweet was that? "You're beautiful." He winked and offered her a hand to help her up. When their skin touched, warmth shot up her arm like 1,000 fireflies blinking on at the same time. He gave her fingers a gentle squeeze before shutting the door and heading around to his side of the truck. Sheila took the moment to breathe deeply. On the surface, Brock was the perfect gentleman. Handsome. Sweet. Totally hot. Her heart took a protective step back, as if reminding her that they'd been here before. She tended to fall hard and fast. It wasn't her fault, really, she had what Dad called a tender heart. Once he settled behind the wheel, she asked, "Are we really going to recess?" He chuckled, the sound deep and inviting. "Yep. I told you we'd have fun." She giggled. "Okay, then. I can't wait to see what you've got in store." He steered them onto I-15, and they headed south. Are we going to Vegas?" She glanced down at her outfit. "Yeah, I made reservations." "Are we going to a show?" She silently prayed they weren't headed for the same show Kelly would be at. That could be so bad in so many ways. Her sister didn't have any qualms about throwing a fit in private or in public. Besides humiliating her and Brock, it would reflect badly on the team. With the precarious situation the Redrocks were in at the moment, bad press might send Harper Wolf over the edge. "Is there one you want to see?" "I had something else in mind." She relaxed into the seat. "I'm good with something else." "Great." He reached over and took her hand, stealing her breath away just like that. She glanced down at where their hands rested on the seat. They fit together just right. "What are you thinking?" he asked. "You have a funny look on your face." She closed her eyes tight. "It's so cheesy." "I'm all over cheesy," he encouraged her. She laughed. "He asked for it." "I was just thinking that I feel like Goldilocks." He glanced at her as he negotiated the road. "Goldilocks?" "Yeah. I've held hands with a lot of guys before." One of his eyebrows went up. "Okay, not a lot. But my fair share." He nodded. "And they always feel too big, too hot, too cold, too clammy." She wiggled her fingers. "But this hand feels just right." He grinned. "You're right. That's really cheesy." She laughed. "I know. But I like it." He ran his thumb over her knuckles and then brought the back of her hand to his lips. The air sizzled between them. "I like it too," she said. They exchanged a smile, and then she had to change the subject. Otherwise, she was going to do something embarrassing like slide into the center seat and plaster herself to his side. "So, how old were you when you started playing ball?" He rolled his eyes. "My first word was ball. My mom was so disappointed because I said ball instead of mom." She giggled. "I'll bet." Brock went on to tell her about the journey that brought him to the Redrocks. By the time they hit Vegas, Sheila was able to forget about Kelly and her worries over what might happen and just have fun. Chapter 10. Monday morning, Sheila breezed into the office, feeling rejuvenated and content. Her evening with Brock was perfect. In her mind, she was standing on the giant chessboard as Brock stood across from her, shaking his head and making his hair fall over his forehead. She was about to steal his queen, a bold move for a first-timer. He'd taken her to a place in Vegas that was an adult-sized playground with giant Jenga, chess, checkers, and more. They also had a trampoline room, a dance floor, greasy pizza and burgers, an arcade, and an outdoor roller rink. Her head may have been on the playground, but the rest of her rode the elevator up to her floor and headed for her office, where a mound of work waited. Someone's glowing. Ashley dropped her purse onto her desk and took a sip from her refill cup. She always stopped on her way into work and filled a 32-ounce mug with diet soda. She'd nurse it until lunch, when she'd go for another one. On busy days, Sheila envied Ashley's level of emergency preparedness. Sheila dragged herself out of the daydreams and set her brain in work. The votes should be tallied today. By 10, we'll know what our new mascot is. They both turned to the huge clock Sheila had hung on the wall. It was a rectangle made from distressed wood and had an antique set of hands. She'd thought it would bring personality to their shared space. Right now, the hands rested firmly at 9 o'clock. Ugh. I'll never be able to wait the hour. Everything on my to-do lists hinges on the results. Sheila nodded. Her list was the same. She'd woken up bright and early and taken the time to curl her hair again. She liked the sassy feel of it. So had Brock. He'd touched it more than once on their date, and then the next day when they'd gone on a hike together. He said Braden Burks had recommended the trail to the falls. The views were gorgeous. Mostly, she remembered holding on to Brock's hand and sometimes his arm as they meandered along, sharing stories and getting to know one another. "Morning," chirped Julia as she poked her head inside the room. "Are the graphics ready?" Sheila shook her head. They had teaser graphics coming to spread the word about the competition and the impending vote, but not the finals. "We're still waiting. Keep me posted." Julia disappeared from view, but they could hear her getting settled into her desk just outside the door. The interns also had space out there, though theirs was less permanent with a few folding tables and rolling chairs. The marketing department's offices were set up like a horseshoe around the common area. Ashley's desk was out there for a while, but she and Sheila collaborated so much that it made sense to move her into Sheila's office. They'd left Julia out there because she had a tendency to snoop. Speaking about keeping posted, Sheila went to the door and shut it almost all the way so their conversation would be more private, since the department had an open-door policy. Unless you were on a call with a client, you were accessible to any member of the team. Ashley's eyes brightened with interest. "We're under more pressure than I originally thought to make this thing work." She went on to relate what she'd heard in the conference room between Harper and Coach Wolf. "She's selling the team?" Ashley blurted out. "Shoo," Sheila patted her hand through the air. Even with the door mostly shut, they had to talk in quiet voices. "I don't know that." But she said she wanted to quit? She's thinking about it. I can't imagine this place without her. I mean, I know she's only been here a season, but she's done so much good. Sheila stared at the framed picture of the field on her wall. She'd taken the image on her first day of work and had it blown up to hang behind her desk. The grass was bright green against the red cliff that served as the out-of-bounds marker for right field. To her, it was simply beautiful. A combination of nature and history. No other sport had its roots sunk so deeply in American soil. What's going to happen to the players if she sells? Or worse, closes down? Where would they go? Brock would do everything he could to find a place on another team. Which would mean a different city, one far away. She squirmed, not liking the thought of him leaving at all. Ashley waved her hand in front of Sheila's face, bringing Sheila out of her fog. Hello? What about us? There are 25 players in the locker room and there's over 250 employees in the front office. If this team shuts down, we're toast. Sheila sat up taller. That's why we're not going to let that happen. Let's look at trimming the budget. Ashley shook her head. We're already operating on Sheila's patented under-budget program. Shoot. She had made sure they spent 10% less than they were allotted in case there were unforeseen expenses. A knock sounded at the partially closed door. Jerry, the resident computer geek, stuck his head in. His hair stood up all over, like he'd grabbed onto it and tugged all morning. His glasses were smudged and his pants were wrinkled. The votes are in. He stuck his arm through the space, proffering a file folder that looked like it had been run over. Sheila reached for it, eagerly. You can come in, she told him. He'd obviously spent a lot of time on this project that she'd thrown at him out of the blue. His eyes scanned the space, bouncing over her and Ashley as if they were hairy spiders that might jump out and bite him. I gotta go. He yanked his head back through the space and disappeared. Sheila rounded on Ashley. We owe him donuts. Ashley wrinkled her nose. I think we scare him. Sheila giggled. Probably. But that's okay. He'll warm up to us eventually. She sat behind her desk and wrote a note to remind herself to get a thank you for Jerry. Okay, are you ready for the big reveal? Her hand hovered over the file. This feels so big. Her eyes darted to the door. Julia might be able to hear them, and she loved to get the scoop out there on social media. Julia wouldn't blow this for them, would she? She'd been the first one to post a pic of Harper and Coach Wolf when they were in the middle of hiring Coach. All without Harper's permission. She'd also publicized pics of some of the groupies plastered against a few married players that hadn't gone over well with their wives. Her defense was that big boobs sell tickets. Harper put a stop to that kind of marketing, but Julia had a reputation of posting what she thought would bring in the most likes and then ask forgiveness later. They had a whole big reveal planned for the first audition, and only a handful of people, including Sheila and Ashley, were allowed to know the results beforehand. The graphic artist was sworn to secrecy, and the guy who programmed the Jumbotron was in on it too. Letting the cat out of the bag early would spoil the moment. Sheila motioned for Ashley to come closer. Ashley glanced over her shoulder before hurrying around the desk so she could see the paper too. 1, 2, 3. Sheila flipped open the folder, and they both leaned in to read the results. Eagles. She threw her hands in the air. We're the St. George Eagles. Her loud whisper was too much, and Ashley shushed her. I'm not going to lie, I'm glad we're not the Bobcats. Ashley fanned her face. Sheila laughed happily, a sense of relief washing over her. Or the blobfish? Right? Ashley went back to her desk and took a seat. I'm sending the art sheets to the high schools now. She began typing. They were sponsoring an art contest to involve the local teens. The students could submit designs for the costume. They wanted the kids who were going to enter to want to be in the stands when they announced what type of animal costume they would need to draw. The 3 possibilities were out there now, so students could sketch ideas before they needed to get serious about their entry. The winning design would be sent to brand development, who would actually create the costume, and the student would win season tickets. There were so many levels to this campaign that it made Sheila's head hurt. No wonder she had sticky notes on every surface in her office. I'm sending the email to Rhonda and Guy, Sheila told Ashley so she could cross it off their list. Rhonda was the graphic designer. She was the one who would work up the t-shirts, hats, and other gear. Guy had to put together the stuff for the Jumbotron, and the 2 of them would confer to accomplish their goals. They spent the next 30 minutes frantically making a dent in their workload. Ashley hit send and swung around in her chair. What about the budget? Any ideas? Sheila stood up and began to pace, snapping her fingers as if she were conjuring ideas. The idea that they could reduce how much they spent was stuck in her head. Think. Where can reduce our spending? We need to expand our reach. Bring in people from Nevada. The more we draw in for the competition, the better, Ashley offered. Sheila nodded. More money. We need money and reach. She glanced around the room. There was a keychain from the car dealership who was the official dealership of the Redrocks sitting on the edge of her desk. There was a mug from the burger place that plastered images of their double-decker with cheese all over the stadium when a home run left the park. Her shoes suddenly grabbed the carpet. A sponsor. The word came out like a balloon filled with helium. It floated out of her, dancing through the air. A sponsor? Ashley repeated it, tested it. Sheila nodded. Her shoes let go and her feet started moving at the same pace as her mind. What was the name of that sports drink? The one we saw at the expo? Ashley's finger flew across the keyboard. Rev-Aid. Sheila clapped her hands once and then threw them wide. Rev the St. George Eagle. Ashley nodded. I like it. Do you think they'll go for it? Sheila dropped into her seat, already opening up a new email. I'm sending an email to David. I'm sure he'll approve. Especially if we can get them to cover half of our budget for the contest. Half? Seriously? Ashley's eyes narrowed with skepticism. Sheila paused. You're right, 2/3 would be better. She hit the back key several times. Ashley got up and leaned over Sheila's desk. I was thinking half was too high. Then you're not thinking big enough. Sheila grinned. She loved wheeling and dealing. David should get back to me soon. In the meantime, find that guy's number, the one we talked to at the convention. Sheila hurried to put together a digital presentation she could email Rev-Aid. If she had time, she'd fly out to visit with the sponsor and woo them. Time was not a luxury. That thought brought to mind Brock and the time they'd spent together over the weekend. She really didn't want him to transfer to another team. Not when they were just getting to know each other. Then again, who was to say he'd stick around for years to come? He had 1 more year on his contract. After that, he was a free agent. He could go anywhere. Did she want to get involved with someone who could take her heart on the road? Her computer chimed an email alert, and she opened it. We have the green light. Here's the number. Ashley dropped a sticky note on the desk. I'm going to see if there are bagels in the break room. I didn't eat breakfast. Sheila breathed a sigh of relief that she could make the call in private. She tended to think big, and Ashley was the voice of reason. In order to wheel and deal, she needed to not have Ashley freaking out about the terms she laid out on the table. Thanks. With shaking hands, she dialed and put the call on speaker. Greg Downs' office, how may I help you? Sheila quietly sucked air through her teeth. She hadn't anticipated having to get through a secretary. Although why she didn't think about it was beyond her. Of course he had a secretary. The man ran a thriving business. His sports drink was cutting into the market like a chainsaw. This is Sheila Weaver from the St. George Redrocks. I spoke with Greg at the conference in Texas a couple months ago, and he asked me to give him a call. That was stretching it. He had given her his number just in case he could be of service. See, this was why Ashley couldn't be here for this conversation. One moment, please. She didn't have to wait long. Ms. Weaver, it's good to hear from you. They exchanged pleasantries, and then Sheila bolstered her courage. Mr. Downs, I don't want to take up much of your time, so I'll get right to the point. I'm in the middle of creating a mascot for the Redrocks. The whole experience is gathering more attention than we could dream. Stretching, her inner Ashley cautioned. As we were talking things over this morning, I just could not get your sport drinks out of my head, and I'd like to propose a partnership. I saw the announcement for tryouts. I'm listening. Thank goodness for Julia and her social marketing. Sheila pictured Greg perking up at his desk and went on to explain that they'd like to name the mascot after his sports drink, in exchange for sponsorship. I believe working together would be beneficial to both our companies. Can I send you a presentation? Her fingers cramped as if she were already typing his email address into the to field. That would be great. Though I can't promise anything until I've had a chance to talk this over with accounting. Sheila did a fist pump and went ahead and attached the hastily prepared presentation to the email. She hit send and offered up a quick prayer. I understand, and I appreciate your time this morning. It just came through. Hang on. Sure. The door began to swing open and she turned her back to it, taking her phone and a pad of paper with her. She jotted down random thoughts, things that would need to be ironed out with legal. There were contracts involved here. Her little project to fill the stadium in October was seeping into the other departments. Behind her, Ashley fidgeted. Sheila held up a hand, telling her to wait a minute. A low whistle came through the speaker. That's impressive. I can tell you've put some thought into this. Her face burned red, but she didn't believe in downplaying her talents. I'm just good at my job. Greg laughed. Do you need a job? I'd be happy to have you on my staff. Her blush deepened. Thankfully they weren't on a video call. I'm happy here. But thanks for the offer. They chatted for a few more seconds and then ended the call. She spun in her chair, her arms over her head expecting to celebrate with Ashley, only to find Julia was the one who had come in. She had a Cheshire cat smile and her hands were clasped in front of her. RevAid is our new sponsor? No contracts have been signed, Sheila cautioned. She splayed her hands on her desk, wondering how many of the notes Julia had read while her back was turned. And the mascot? She prompted. Sheila glanced down at the dirty folder, which was thankfully closed. Will be announced at the first round of tryouts. She couldn't risk the info leaking even 3 minutes before the image went up on the big screen. She smiled. Thanks, though, for all you've done to spread the word. The guy at RevAid already knew about the competition, and he's in Oregon. That made the conversation that much easier for me. Julia lifted her chin. You're welcome. Oh, there's something at the front desk for you. They couldn't get through on your line, so they asked me to let you know. Thanks. Sheila mentally waved off the urgency. She constantly received packages at work. It was probably the mock-ups for one of their promotional items. Julia left just as Ashley was coming back in. She had half a bagel smothered in cream cheese in her hand. Sheila filled her in on the conversation with Greg. Ashley nibbled at her breakfast. "Do you think they'll go for it?" "I think so." He sounded optimistic. "I think he wants to, it'll just come down to the numbers." She chewed on the inside of her cheek. Maybe she should have gone with half the budget instead of 2/3. Of course, Greg had no idea what their budget was or that the smaller number had been on the table. He might come back with a counteroffer. Then we look at that. Ashley lifted a shoulder. She polished off her breakfast, and they went back to work. The grounds crew is worried about the stage on the grass. She scanned her screen. The grounds crew is always worried about the grass. Heaven forbid we disrupt the mowing schedule or put a divot in the outfield. Okay, a divot would be bad. She didn't want Brock tripping as he tracked a fly ball. Send a note to the company we're renting from and ask that they provide some sort of protection for the field. Plywood sheets might work. Check with the grounds crew, though, before you send it off. Ashley nodded. There was a knock at the now wide-open door, and Candace stood there with a gift wrapped in Redrocks wrapping paper. "I know you're busy, so I thought I'd bring this up." She laid the gift on Sheila's desk. "What is it?" Candace lifted both her hands. "It came wrapped, so I don't know." Sheila lifted it and heard things shift inside. Ashley was now watching with as much interest as Candace. She carefully lifted a corner and then tore the paper off to reveal a chess set. She laughed. Across the top of the box was the word rematch. A swarm of butterflies flew through her stomach and made her skin tingle. "Since when do you play chess?" asked Ashley. "Since last Saturday." Sheila ran her fingers over the top of the box. "Brock taught me." She felt her ears grow warm with embarrassment. Keeping her and Brock on the DL was important for many reasons. She didn't want the whole organization to know about them in case things didn't work out. Call it her marketing brain butting into the relationship, but she preferred to avoid labeling what they had until they decided on a label together. Since they were several dates away from that conversation, they hadn't even kissed yet. It was better to fly under the radar. Candace giggled. "You're blushing," which explains why he was blushing when he dropped this off. Sheila set the box on her desk, her eyes going back and forth between the two women who were pleading for information. This was really sweet of him, but it was just a date. Using more willpower than a chocoholic on a carb fast, she pulled her hands off the gift and threw away the wrapping paper. "I have several phone calls to make." Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Ashley and Candace exchange disappointed shrugs. Just as Candace was about to leave, Sheila stopped her. "Please don't say anything about this." She nodded to the chess set. "I'd like to keep it confidential." Candace cocked her hip. "My middle name is confidential." Sheila smiled. "Thanks. I knew I could trust you." She could. Candace was one of the few people who didn't have a wagging tongue. She probably knew all sorts of secrets. When they were alone, Ashley rounded on her. "We are going out to lunch and you are telling me everything," she hissed. Sheila laughed. "I was planning on it." "Good." The rest of the morning flew by, and before she knew it, Sheila had recounted every minute of her date with Brock. "The more I talk about him, the more I like him. He just sounds good." "I noticed." Ashley sipped her diet soda. "Plus, he's yummy." "I know." Sheila sighed happily, thinking about the way Brock's sleeves stretched across his muscles. His strong arms were so very capable of holding her up. I hardly thought about work the whole weekend. Because you were thinking about him? Well, yeah. But mostly because I had fun and relaxed. Do you know how long it's been since I did something other than work? Ages. You're the world's most boring best friend. Hey, this job is demanding. It is, she agreed. The good thing is that we both love what we do. Sheila nodded. She did. There was a great level of satisfaction in being good at her job. She liked going out into the community with the players, of serving the people in St. George, whether by serving meals to the homeless, or talking to children about bullying, or painting over graffiti on the freeway. She'd done it all. Her days were always different, always providing the opportunity to meet new people. She could work all day every day because it didn't feel like work. But being with Brock was a whole new level of life. It was flirty. She never flirted when she was on the job. He made dusting off those skills effortless. He'd drawn out her coy side with considerable and slightly alarming ease, making her forget her responsibilities. She'd have to be careful about that, careful not to lose sight of what was important, the team and her role in keeping the Redrocks together. Chapter 11. Brock hung out in the dugout, away from the crowds. Under the stadium was the players' and coaches' domain. They had batting cages, pitching facilities, all the medical gadgets and gizmos and offices, as well as workout rooms. The Redrocks facilities had green paint halfway up the walls like the locker room. It always looked new, like it had just been painted the day before. The visiting teams' areas were all gray. Drab. A downer, really. It was a subconscious message that they were less than the home team. Above him, the sound of thousands of feet and the general shuffle of people vibrated. Brock wiped the sweat off his temple. It was one thing to play baseball in front of thousands of people, it was quite another to pick up a microphone. Not that his job was all that hard. He just had to kill time between tryouts by asking the contestants and fans questions. He was supposed to be the color commentary, but the idea was making him turn green. His stomach didn't like the fact that he'd agreed to take on this assignment. It was hard to say no to Sheila, though. So when she'd asked so sweetly, his lips had formed the words before the rest of him understood what was happening. She had that effect on him. They'd had a great time. The best of times. In Vegas. But it was one date. He shouldn't be so far gone over a woman after one date that she could rope him into public speaking with little more than a soft lilt in her voice. There you are. Sheila came through the doors that separated the locker room from the hallways. As she approached, his heart pounded louder and louder, drowning out the noise from above. I have cue cards for you. She held up a half-inch stack of index cards. On the back was the Redrocks logo, which made him smile. Sheila was so in love with this team. I found some questions for you to use. Just in case. His nerves sagged with relief. He'd spent the morning coming up with ideas, all of which sounded trite when he practiced them in the truck on the drive over. Thank you. He took the cards, brushing her fingers with his in the process and reminding him of her Goldilocks comment in the truck. He stepped closer, unable to resist the pull he felt to be with her, to touch her. He reached up and brushed his fingers down her cheek, just as he'd dreamed of doing several times. She was so soft, so holdable. If that was even a word. She glanced quickly around them as if they were doing something wrong. Her hesitancy made him pause and then back off. The last thing he wanted to do was hand his heart to Sheila and have her toss it away because she was too busy for him. He'd been hurt one too many times before to not know the signals. Thanks for the cards. They'll help a lot. She looked him over with a professional eye, which felt so different from the way she'd looked at him on their date. They've got you wired up? You can hear the booth? The booth was the hub for the afternoon. Sheila would be up there, giving directions and working with the director. Even though the event was only going out on the Redrocks live feed, there were enough cameras in the park that it took a full crew to get the shots they wanted. Brock would have his own camera operator assigned to him. He had yet to meet the guy. In order to do that, he had to leave the locker room. Yeah, I can hear them. Great. And Grant gave you the rundown on when to begin the interviews, the rest of what is happening, etc.? He nodded quickly, feeling as though his head was drifting off his body. Who knew there was so much to remember? He had to wait for his cue, the countdown, and the red light to go on the camera before he started talking, otherwise his mic wouldn't be on and no one would hear him. He had to remember to talk into the mic and hold the mic for the person who was answering the questions, which didn't seem like that big of a deal until you had to do it all with a camera and a spotlight in your face. He'd been interviewed enough times to handle the other side of things with grace. He only hoped the experience he had would help him along. Sheila reached out and tugged at the shoulders of his polo shirt, moving the shirt up on his chest. She adjusted the collar and then stepped back to look him over again. Her hands were like bird feathers, brushing here and there. He would have liked to explore the feeling smoldering inside of him, but got the feeling she was in a hurry. Still. He grasped her hand and held it, pressing a kiss to the backs of her fingers. Her mouth formed a small O, but no words or sound came out. Her phone must have been set to walkie-talkie mode, because a voice called, "Sheila?" It sounded unreasonably loud in the empty locker room. She tugged her hand away and touched a button on the screen. "Sheila here." Security caught a group of teenagers bringing in a cooler of beer. "I'm coming." She pressed another button, her eyes never leaving his. "Are you good?" He refused to be another item on her worry list, a list that was probably growing by the minute. "I'm great." He would walk onto that field as if it was just another game day, and he'd play the game with as much positive energy as ever, because he was suddenly motivated to make this the best mascot audition ever. "Okay, let's." She bit her lip. "Keep it professional today, okay?" Her hands were down by her side, her chin tucked back. Brock was reading her as easily as a pitcher with tells. She was saying hands off. "Okay." She smiled and then was gone, her phone at her ear. Brock stared after her, wondering what he'd done to earn the brush off. They'd had fun. He always believed that the way to a woman's heart was through laughter. You could turn on the romance on a first date and you'd fall flat, but if you could get her to laugh, you were set up for a second date and maybe even a third. Laughter was the key, and he'd turned that key as many times as he could manage during their date. He hadn't pressured her into a kiss at the end of the evening. They'd shared a lingering hug that he'd thought she enjoyed as much as he had. She'd certainly held tight enough to him. So where had he gone wrong? Chapter 12. Sheila kicked herself. Keep it professional? She might as well have told him to buzz off. She had more class than to drop that kind of a bombshell on a guy with no time to explain herself, but she had to say something. Something to keep him from pulling her closer. Because if she didn't, she'd end up falling into his arms and never wanting to leave. Brock's embrace could carry her away. Heck, he'd hugged her goodnight and she had to pry herself away from him. She could have stood there the whole night through and not even noticed time tick by. It wasn't just his strength that drew her in, it was the sound of his heartbeat. He had a slow, soothing beat that lulled her into a sense that all was right with the world. She could use some of that calm as she marched into the security office. 3 teenaged boys and 2 girls were lined up in plastic chairs against the wall. They hung their heads and studied their hands. Their phones were on Ted's desk. Not having them was probably as much of a punishment as Ted could dish out in this situation. A trip to security wasn't supposed to be a fun experience. The offices were even left off the tours for elementary school kids. The head of security was an older gentleman with dark gray hair and leathered skin. He owned a private security firm that his kids ran, and he probably should retire, but he couldn't seem to pull himself away from being on the right side of trouble. The job with the Redrocks was a compromise between him and his wife. He worked the season and took the rest of the year off. Neil, Ted's right-hand man, stood with his arms folded, glaring at the kids. He had Russian ancestry, and he liked to joke he could scare a mob boss into a confessional. He used all of his heritage to intimidate those who caused trouble in the stadium. "What's the plan?" Sheila prompted. She didn't have time to sit around and chat with the kids. They all looked like they could use fierce hugs, and she was itching to soothe their worries. Even though they'd violated several state laws and the park's policies, they were kids and her heart went out to them. "We've called their parents and the police." "In that order," answered Neil with that gravelly voice of his. Honestly, it sounded like someone had taken his vocal cords out, dragged them behind a truck, and then put them back in. The kids sank deeper in their seats. There was nothing more for her to do here without interfering. Knowing that the situation was under control was what she needed. Still, she pulled Neil aside. "They look like good kids." He nodded. "Good kids who made a dumb mistake. Can we do something?" He shook his head. "I can't let this one go, Sheila." She pinched her lips. "I know. I just ache for them. They're juveniles, so it won't show up on their permanent record. Hopefully, this will scare them straight. Maybe the judge will see what you see." She held up her crossed fingers. "Thanks, Neil." He lowered his chin in recognition and went back to filling out the paperwork for the official police report. Sheila pressed a fist to her stomach as she hurried out. Moments like this were the worst part of her job. And this wasn't going to be the only storm cloud of the day. That was for sure. Her next stop was at the registration table, where Tilly Burks oversaw a crew of 7. Tilly gave the tours of the stadium to the elementary-aged children. She'd been an avid climber, on the verge of going pro, when her boyfriend at the time had fallen and broken his neck. The two of them went through a rough patch, but the giant ring on her finger attested to the fact that love ran deeper than fear and broken dreams. "How many?" Sheila asked as she approached the back of the table. Tilly was standing with a laptop balanced in the crook of her arm, pecking away with her right hand. 143 entrants. She paused to toss her long golden blonde hair over her shoulder. Her mint eyes stayed glued to the screen. Sheila choked. "Are we going to be able to see that many tryouts? We're limited on time here." The stadium and all the support staff were scheduled from 9 to 5. One full workday. If they ran out of time and people didn't get a chance to audition, there could be hard feelings. Sheila was all about avoiding hard feelings when it came to the Redrocks. That's 7 hours and 15 minutes. We have 8 hours worth of slots. That's cutting it close. There were 1,000 things that could go wrong. Even a mic that didn't work took time to replace. She glanced over Tilly's shoulder at the screen. "What do the colors mean?" Tilly glanced up for the first time. "Yellow is for those that we think the crew needs to keep a close eye on. They may have said something suspicious or been rough and tumble. Not taking things seriously." "Like what?" Sheila leaned closer to the screen, crowding Tilly in her distress. "Like asking if they can use fireworks or something like that. Heaven help us. Maybe inviting the whole town of St. George and every crazy within a 100-mile radius to audition wasn't a good idea." "Amen." Tilly scrolled down the list. The red is a danger zone. She pointed at one line. This guy had crazy eyes. I'm talking crazy. Like he could have been high. The red tags him so security knows when he's up in the rotation. Since the first 50 are already in line, they can pick them out by number and keep an eye on them. Wow. That's impressive. I didn't think about any of this. Sheila stepped back. Tilly lifted her palm. It seemed like a good idea. It is. She patted Tilly's forearm. I'm so glad you're here. You're exactly who we needed to oversee this. Tilly smiled. Thanks. One of the ladies sitting at the registration desk called Tilly over with a question. Sheila checked her phone. Crap. She had less than 3 minutes to make it up to the booth. Touching the walkie-talkie button, she sent out a message to all the department heads. Final check, begin with grounds. Grounds is a go. She breathed a silent thank you to heaven for that one. The rental company had quite the time with the grounds crew underfoot as they worked to set up the stage the day before. Sheila had dipped into their extra funds to buy lunch for the guys and smooth ruffled feathers. Jumbo screen is a go. EMTs are a go. Sheila prayed they wouldn't need the emergency staff on the field. If someone decided to get stupid, they would have medical attention within seconds. The rest of the crews checked in. By the time she pushed the door open to the booth, they were ready to start, and she gave a nod to the director. Below them, seen through a thick glass window, David walked onto the stage, one hand held above his head. He wore a hat today to protect his bald head from the sun. Music pumped through the speakers. Leaning forward, Sheila could see the people in the stands settle down, their eyes on the stage. Welcome, Redrocks fans. David's deep voice boomed through the stadium. Mike, the mixer, turned a knob and David's next comment was heard in Vegas. Sheila sucked in her stomach, content with the stunning view below. People said behind home plate was the best seat in the house, but this one was pretty hard to beat. The grass was green, the stage was ready, and the line of contestants went from home plate along the first baseline and then cut back up the stands. But the best sight of all was the bodies in the seats. All the way up to the nosebleed sections, people waited and watched. Harper Wolf walked into the booth, her blonde hair hanging in loose waves. She wore a pair of fitted slacks and a loose, flowing blouse. Even in her casual attire, she looked like money. I thought I'd find you up here. She smiled at Sheila as she came to stand by her at the window. You did good, Sheila. You did real good. The praise was like sunshine and she was a plant and she grew 3 inches. Thanks. I'm happy with the turnout. They watched the contest get underway. The first contestant danced around and waved his arms. He wore a simple ski mask over his face. One of the rules was that the identity of the mascot would be a secret. Therefore, no one was allowed to show their face. Some of the more ambitious contestants had dressed in full costume. The line was spotted with superheroes, a Scooby, and even beloved public television characters. Their exuberance added to the carnival-like atmosphere with the popcorn and cotton candy vendors hawking their wares as they walked up and down the steps. Behind her, the crew chatted as they changed the camera feed to provide a seamless viewing experience on the big screen. Julia's face appeared as she talked to people in the crowd and got their reactions to the auditions. Behind her trailed one of the interns, carrying extra batteries, chargers, wires, and her makeup, which she reapplied throughout the morning. We've got a red coming up, said Mike. A red? Asked Harper. Sheila jumped in to explain about the color system Tilly had put into place. Below them, the contestant dropped something on the stage. There was a flash of light and then a blast of smoke. Harper grabbed her arm and held tight. Sheila leaned back as if the dissipating cloud were in her face. It's nothing. Magicians use those on stage, she tried to reassure Harper. Harper nodded. I know. She let go of Sheila's arm. I'm always worried when the stands are full. I think I've spent too much time listening to Greg's horror stories about security. She gave a self-depreciating smile. Sheila looked closer at her boss. Harper had gone pale. It'll be okay. Thanks to Tilly, security is ready. She pointed to the left of the stage, where Neil took the contestant by the arm to escort him to a waiting golf cart that would take him out of the ball field. Use of flashes, fire, or smoke was not permitted in the preliminary round. The final round was a whole different story. By then, they would be down to just 7 contestants. Harper looked longingly at a chair in the back of the room. Would you like to sit down? She pressed her lips together. No, thank you. I'll watch for a while longer. Some of these people are really good. I know. I'm glad I don't have to make the decision. Getting it down to 30 will be a challenge. The second round, held in just 1 week, would be comprised of longer routines and some acrobatics. Red number 2, coming up now, said Mike. Sheila chewed on her cheek. Harper clasped her hands together. From here, the man looked to be in his late 60s with salt and pepper hair and slightly stooped shoulders. He bounded onto the stage wearing a Tarzan costume and a clown mask. Oh, yeah, this guy looks crazy, said the director as the clown face filled the jumbotron. Behind the mask, his eyes were yellow and darted back and forth. The music started, signaling that his 1-minute tryout had begun. Instead of dancing, he grabbed the one shoulder strap of his costume and ripped downward. The fur fell away, leaving him naked on stage. Harper gasped. Sheila snatched up her phone. Security. On it, replied Greg. 3 uniformed men approached the stage, looking to corner the streaker. He saw them coming and bounded off the back, headed for the outfield. The crowd roared with laughter, pointing and cheering him on. Harper's hand went to her head. There are children in the audience. Sheila looked closer at the fans, seeing fathers shielding their daughters' eyes. She glanced up in time to see the guards reach for their tasers. You can't tase him in front of the children, she barked into her phone. A naked man convulsing on the grass could scar them for life. The security guards heard her through their earpieces, and their hands dropped away from their belts. The smallest of the 3 pounced, tackling the man to the ground. Sheila and Harper cringed in unison. This is a family park, Harper lamented. We can't have parents afraid to bring their children here. Harper swallowed loudly and then crumpled to the floor. One hand was on the windowsill and her other was on her heart as if it were racing beyond control. Sheila was next to her in an instant, the cold tile floor hard against her knees. Are you okay? I need to lie down, she panted. Sweat gathered on her forehead. Here? Sheila scanned the floor. It appeared clean, but... Sheila hit the button on her phone to talk to everyone. If Coach Wolf is in the park, I need him in the booth stat. He's on his way, answered someone she didn't recognize. Sheila looked for something that would help and spied an unopened water bottle next to Mike. Leaning forward on her knees, she snatched it from the counter and cracked it open. She could get Mike more water later. Here, take a drink. Harper took the bottle and downed half of it. This is so embarrassing. She swiped at her forehead. Above them, the program continued. The streaker was removed. Over the speaker, Sheila heard Brock ask one of the questions she'd typed up for him. Her heart warmed just hearing his voice. What she wouldn't give for one of his lingering hugs right about now. Coach Wolf arrived, sweating as much as Harper. He must have sprinted the 5 flights of stairs. "Honey." He knelt next to her, cupping her face and pushing her hair off her forehead. "Is she sick?" Sheila asked. "Should I call Doc Birmingham?" Harper shook her head. "I'll be fine. I'm fine." She drank the rest of the water and handed Sheila the empty bottle. "You shouldn't be here," admonished Coach. "I had to." He shook his head in reproach even as he kissed her hair. "It's too much." She lifted her chin and they locked gazes, Coach's eyes full of worry, Harper's full of determination. "What, am I supposed to let go?" "Not the Redrocks." Sheila wanted to scream. She rocked back on her heels. Questions burned in her mind. They teased her tongue, begging to be let loose. However, it was obvious by the vagueness of the conversation happening in front of her that these two didn't want her in on what was going on. "You know what you have to do." Coach moved her hair over her shoulder. Sheila's stomach sank to the floor. Harper knew what she had to do? What was that? How was what she had to do going to affect the Redrocks? If being the owner was taking a physical toll on her, how could she continue? Harper nodded in resignation, and Sheila's hopes for the Redrocks family staying together took a hit. "Help me up. I got dizzy again." Coach sighed, the sigh of a husband who loved his wife more than he loved baseball and hated to see her down. He put his hand under her arm and lifted her with ease. Sheila watched, concern for Harper and for the team coursing through her mind. "How can I help?" she asked quickly. Harper patted her arm. "Just keep doing what you're doing." Sheila put on a happy face as the couple left the room, but inside, she was dying. That wasn't an answer that gave her any insight. Should she keep doing her job so Harper could sell the team at a premium? Or should she keep doing her job so no one knew what was coming? Or was it all so the team could continue on? The worry was a weight on her chest. Sheila had poured herself into the Redrocks. She believed in them. She'd come in on the ground floor, when they were nothing more than a joke in the league. While she hadn't hit a home run or made the game-winning catch, she'd played a part in making the Redrocks the franchise they were today and had a stake in who they would be next season. If Harper sold the team, it would be like starting all over again. Sheila ran her hand through her hair, tugging at the curls. She needed a minute to gather herself, to calm her mind. What she really needed were Brock's arms. Without contemplating the ramifications, she bolted from the room and headed for the field. Chapter 13. Brock shuffled the cards in his hand, looking for a question that would match up with the woman on stage doing the splits and balancing a spinning plate on a stick held between her teeth. She had potential, that was for sure. Although he wasn't sure how she would make the plate thing work with a full face mask on instead of the Wonder Woman outfit she wore today. He looked up at the ceiling of the party tent they'd placed over his head about an hour ago. October in St. George was warm. While other parts of the state had crunchy leaves and breezes that promised a cold winter, the home of the Redrocks was warm enough to drive lemonade sales in the stands. Which was a good thing, according to Sheila. She'd said something about needing to bring in money, that this whole party was a fundraiser for the team. It didn't look like any baseball fundraiser he'd been a part of before. And he'd done his fair share of selling cookie dough, oil changes, and roast dinners to pay his dues. His high school coaches were energetic when it came to finding financing for the program, and they weren't shy about shoving their players into the neighborhoods to make sales. He shook his head. Even they had an agenda. He'd never really thought about that before, but they got a bonus when the team went to state. Having a large budget brought in specialists to teach the guys skills the other teams didn't have and gave them an edge. He couldn't complain too loudly, though, could he? Not when he'd benefited so much from the perks the coaches provided. He shook himself out of his head. His dad told him on numerous occasions that he buried too deep into his own thoughts. That it wasn't good for him. But the one thought that stuck to him like a burr on socks was Sheila. As if thinking of her made her appear, she was suddenly standing in the doorway to the dugout. Her almost white hair was slightly mussed and her red lips were drawn down. When their eyes met, she smiled and crooked a finger at him. He pointed at his chest like a dork. She nodded. The surety in her eyes was attractive and drew him across the grass. He handed his mic to the intern who had brought him more water than a camel could drink and headed Sheila's way. She backed into the room as he came through the door, and he followed, matching her every step, enjoying the energy zapping between them. Still, he wasn't sure what was going on in her head or why she was looking at him like he had something she wanted badly. Hey. She bit her bottom lip. Hey, yourself. He lifted his chin in response. Is everything going okay? Yeah. He folded his arms. She'd come to check up on him. That was fine. It was her job. It was just that by the way she crooked her finger and the smolder in her eyes, he'd thought there might be something more. Remembering a lecture he'd gotten from his agent about appearing open and approachable, he dropped them to his side, not sure where he was supposed to put them. Good. She looked over her shoulder and then dove towards him, wrapping her arms around his middle and holding on. Brock's arms came around her on instinct, and she relaxed into him, feeling just right where she was. Are you okay? She nodded, her cheek rubbing against his chest. She was short compared to him, but then, most women were. He liked that her head came to his chin. It's just crazy and there's so much pressure, and there were kids with beer and cops and then Harper about fainted when that guy pulled his clothes off and I don't know if. She cut off suddenly, and he got the feeling she was about to say more than she should. He rubbed a hand up and down her back. Can I help? You are helping. Her voice was muffled by his shoulder. Her arms tightened. Really? 'Cause I feel like I'm getting the better end of the deal here. She chuckled against him. He trailed his fingers up her back, her neck, and then slid them into her hair. Her body was soft against his, so womanly, so precious. He shifted so he could pull her closer, and she complied. As much as he would have liked to lose himself in the moment, his head was still holding on to her earlier comment about keeping things professional. You know, he ventured, making circles at the base of her head with his fingertips, this doesn't feel professional. She moaned into his shirt. I know. It's not. It's really not. Outside the open door, the auditions continued. The crowd clapped and hooted loudly. They may have another contestant to move up to the semifinals. Should I stop? He tested. She shook her head. No. I mean, yes, you probably should. But I don't want you to. She sighed, and he felt it all the way through him. I should not hug you in the locker room. You really shouldn't. I mean, if you're trying to keep things professional between us. Her hand slid up his back and then back down again. I didn't mean that the way it sounded. It was his turn to chuckle. Maybe you should clarify, then. Her hand slid around his body, making his stomach drop out in the best of ways. She laid her palms on his chest and tipped her chin up to look at him. I mean, we should be professional at work, and then, when we're not at work, we can be unprofessional together. He couldn't stop a teasing smile from lifting the corners of his lips. So, just to clarify, what we're doing right now, in the locker room, would be considered unprofessional behavior. Exactly. He began swaying from side to side. What about dancing together? Is that unprofessional behavior for the locker room? She moved with him, her brown eyes sparkling. Most definitely. He stopped swaying and moved his thumb to brush her chin. The noise from the stands had faded away. All he could hear was his heartbeat and her breathing as it hitched. He leaned down, closing the distance between their lips. "What about this?" "Completely unprofessional," she murmured, her eyes dropping shut. This close, her minty breath tickled his lips. When the anticipation was too much for him to resist, he pressed his lips to hers. She gasped quietly before melting in his arms. He gathered her close, happy to hold her up if it meant holding her tighter. She smiled against his lips and giggled. He laughed and they kissed again. But their lips didn't stay together for long, because they both grinned. She shook her head, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Happiness he'd put there. He wanted to pound his chest in victory. "I wish I could stay here and do more of this." She leaned her forehead against his jaw. "But I have to go back to work. It's the professionally responsible thing to do." "Hush." She smacked his chest. "I'm trying to save your reputation and the team, and you're seducing me with your dance moves, and—" She trailed her hands up his arms. "Muscles." He flexed. She laughed. "Stop that." He lifted one eyebrow, silently asking if she really wanted him to stop. She gave him a knowing smile. "Seriously, we need to be careful. I don't want this plastered all over Julia's social media pages." He nodded. "I get it. I do. But I think you're overthinking it." Her bottom lip pouted out. "I'm not." "You might be." She opened and closed her mouth. "There's a small possibility that I'm overthinking things. I spend so much time trying to drag the spotlight around with me that it's nice to have something all my own." "And I'm that something?" She bit her lip. "If you want to be." "I want." He tucked her hair behind her ear. It was so soft against his fingers. "Oh." Her eyes widened slightly and her pupils dilated. "I want, too." He laughed. "You're hilarious." Before she could respond, he bent down and captured her lips once more. This time, he took his time, moving slow, cupping her face, enjoying the sweet sensations holding her built inside of him. He couldn't remember the last time a kiss felt this perfect. Like he'd found the person God created him to kiss. Was that strange to think that there was a soulmate out there, that he could find his match? Maybe. Even stranger was that the longer he kissed Sheila, the stronger that knowledge burned inside of him. "Brock," she gasped between kisses. "I have to go." She threaded her fingers through his hair, making him shudder. "Of course." He moved to kissing her jaw, then her neck. "Okay. I'm going," she sighed. He kissed his way back up to her lips and lingered there. Neither of them made a move to break apart. It was like, now that they'd found one another, there was nothing outside of the two of them. "Sheila," her phone barked. She jerked as though there was an electric shock that came along with hearing her name. "Crap." She patted her pockets, looking for her phone, and finally found it. Brock kept his arms around her, and she leaned into him. "Sheila here. We can't find Brock. He's been gone for a half hour." Sheila squeaked. "A half hour?" She whispered to him as if the person could hear her without her pushing the button. "You're a bad influence on me." She pecked a kiss to his lips. "You like it," he growled. "Yeah, I do." She winked. "I'll find him and send him back out," she told the person on the phone. "Roger that," they answered. "You're making your intern sweat." He lifted a shoulder. Totally worth it. He'd trade 10 hours in the sun for walk-off perfect kisses any day. She laid a hand in the middle of his chest and pressed, scooting him back. You have a job to do. Go be fun. Make them laugh. And then tonight, we'll. He growled and gave her the smolder. She flushed. Catch up, she finished. He nodded. You can call it whatever you want, sweetheart. She shook her head at him and laughed, feeling so much lighter than she had when she'd come into the locker room. Sure, trouble still lurked in the waters, but she was floating instead of sinking. Brock gave her one last smoldering look before disappearing into the bright sunlight. She sighed happily, counted to 30, and then ducked out after him. She needed to check on the feel in the stands, find out if people who had been there all day were still having a great time. She walked along the edge of the field, her shoes crunching the dried dirt, and scanned faces as she climbed the steps. Her head was still locked in Brock's embrace when someone grabbed her wrist. She blinked, looking down to find her mom and dad staring at her with concerned expressions. Honey? Her mom tugged her back down a step. Are you all right? She felt a lazy smile creep across her cheeks. I'm great. She shook herself out of the memory of Brock holding her close. For the record, being in his arms was everything she'd thought it would be, and so much more. What are you guys doing here? Are you kidding? This is our team. Mom pointed to the Redrocks hat perched on her head. Her shorter blonde hair was gathered loosely at the nape of her neck, and sections framed her face. She wore a hat well. Dad was in the Redrocks t-shirt she'd given him for Father's Day last year. You guys could use an upgrade in gear. I think I know what I'm getting you for Christmas. Mom shimmied her shoulders. I won't say no. Dad turned to look at her as a contestant ran off the stage. You look like you've had a rough morning. Sheila patted her hand over her short hair. It felt big. Brock's fingers had worked their way through it once. Twice. Heavens, but it felt wonderful when he rubbed circles over her scalp. She practically melted just thinking about it. You know how it is. I'm going in 20 directions when I'm over an event. She pulled out her phone and turned the camera to selfie mode to check out the damage. Her lipstick was gone. She checked the Jumbotron, where Brock was interviewing a lady in spandex and a plastic face mask. He didn't have a splash of color on him. They must have done an excellent job of kissing away her lip stain. She pressed her fingertips to her slightly swollen lips. Here. Mom shoved a tube of lipstick at her. Pull yourself together. Sheila chuckled as she popped off the lid and twisted the color out. It wasn't her normal bright red, Mom preferred a darker tone. But it would work in a pinch. And this was a pinch. She'd lost a whole half hour in a kiss. Well, not lost. She was holding on to that time, keeping it in her pocket to pull out when she felt overwhelmed again. Still, there was so much to do, and she needed to be on top of her game today. Once the color was in place, she took a moment to tame her hair, twisting it around her fingers to smooth out the curls. She glanced back up at the screen. Brock didn't look like he'd had a half hour of kissing. He smiled big into the camera. Okay. Maybe that smile was an indicator that he'd enjoyed his time. It was kind of a permagrin. He hadn't been that relaxed before they disappeared in the locker room. Chagrined that she'd done something so unprofessional, she ducked away from her image on her phone. She darkened the screen and put it in her back pocket. Have you been here all day? She asked her parents. We had to come early to get good seats, said Mom. And we're staying until they announce the mascot, added Dad. Sheila grinned. That was exactly what she'd hoped the die-hard fans would do, and no one was a bigger fan than her father. Mom came in a close second, though. She lifted her gaze and surveyed the lower bowl. It was packed. Fans lounged in their seats, snacking or sipping on giant cups of soda. She needed to check the concession sales numbers. They were reported in real time, so she'd know how close they were to meeting their goals. Her lightness started to evaporate. She crouched down and gave her mom a quick hug. "It's so good to see you both." She leaned across Mom and hugged Dad too. He smelled like popcorn. "But I have to get back to work." Dad waved her off. "Go be awesome." She laughed. He'd said the same thing each morning as she went out the door to school. She'd carried that phrase with her through life, feeling the pressure to be awesome while knowing that her father would think she was awesome no matter what. "Love you." Mom grinned as she pulled Sheila closer. "When you get a minute, fill me in on who you were kissing." Sheila's mouth dropped open. I. Her gaze cut to her dad. "Oh, he has no idea." Mom giggled. "But I know my girls. Kelly's been head over heels for that Brock fellow down there and can hardly think straight." Sheila's knees gave out and she landed on her backside on the stairs. "Kelly what?" Mom frowned in concern over Sheila's lack of social graces. "She talks about him all the time." Ice filled Sheila's stomach. "They only went out once." "I know. But there's something for love at first sight." Mom sighed happily. "She's smitten, and if I know your sister, she'll bring him for family dinner soon." Sheila was at a loss for words. Was Brock playing her? She turned to find him on the field, her eyes tracing the outline of his broad shoulders and tapered waist. Had Kelly wrapped her arms around him? Were they texting, calling, communicating? Just waiting for the chance to get together again? This wouldn't be the first time a guy played her. Although Brad, her college romance, hadn't dated her sister. He'd dated Wanda, who lived down the hall. For 3 months. Her face burned with humiliation just thinking about how their whole dorm knew and not one person had told her. Some of them had even helped Brad and Wanda sneak around. She pressed her fisted hand against her stomach. Throwing up was a definite possibility. "I have to go," she mumbled as she stumbled up the steps. Her mom was probably watching her, and she'd call with questions. Sheila could make something up about the team's image or worrying about mixing family with business or something along those lines to explain her sudden departure. She grabbed for her phone, needing to hear Kelly's side of the story. Her thumb paused over her sister's name in her contacts lists. She couldn't just call out of the blue, not when she was in the middle of an event. There wasn't time to subtly craft questions, and she didn't want to give away her hand. If she told Kelly she'd gone out with Brock, and Kelly thought she was in love with him, then there'd be heck to pay. So she couldn't call. Not here. Not now. But if she didn't call, she wouldn't have the answers to calm her quaking body. She continued up the steps, her legs shaky. She tapped her finger in the middle of her forehead and closed her eyes, feeling her way up the steps using muscle memory. She was almost to the top of the lower bowl when she heard a low "Hello, Sheila." Smiling out of reflex, she turned to find Greg Downs, owner of Rev-Aid Sports Drinks, getting to his feet, offering a handshake. He had on a Rev-Aid ball hat, a pair of gray slacks, and a white polo shirt that reflected light like tinfoil. Sheila stuffed her surprise down and heartily shook his hand. "Greg, it's so good to see you. I wasn't expecting you today, or I would have sent tickets for the VIP booth." He batted away her offer. "I wanted to experience this like a fan." She pointed to his souvenir cup and box of Cracker Jacks. "I think you're doing a great job." He laughed. "I guess so. Did I ever tell you I played ball? She folded her hands in front of her. This was excellent news. A fan was a much easier sell than someone who didn't have baseball laces on their heart. No, I didn't know that. All through high school. I wasn't good enough to play in college. His gaze traveled over the field below. This game gets inside of you, though. She nodded sagely and took a deep breath through her nose as if memorizing the scent of baseball. I know what you mean. An idea hit her. Come with me. I think it's time you were on the field again. She started down the stairs, paused to wait for him, and when he caught up, she continued. Her parents smiled as she went by, but they didn't interrupt her. Mom winked. Sheila silently groaned. She probably thought Greg was the one who had kissed her lipstick off. Geez. She sent her mom a quick text, it wasn't him. Her mom sent back a winky face emoji. What did that mean? Probably that mom didn't believe her. Oh well. When Greg didn't come to Sunday dinner, she'd know. Security let them onto the dirt. There's a whole different energy down here, Greg commented. He rubbed his palms together. There is. In the stands were concrete and plastic chairs, shouting, laughter, and the smell of hot dogs, onions, and sugar. Down here, the world was calmer, the grass cooler, the dirt absorbed footfalls, and you could hear someone talk without having to strain to hear their answer. The ball field looked huge, but it was only 350 feet deep. That was shorter than the 17th hole at Pebble Beach. The field was friendly, intimate, even. A whole different world separated by a fence, white lines in the dirt, and 4 bases. Small lines appeared around Greg's eyes as he smiled, almost involuntarily. It was like there was something in his soul that felt complete when it was down here. She could see it in his face as the years and stress of running a growing company faded away. He was definitely a baseball fan, but she needed him to be a Redrocks fan. A fan so devoted to the team that he was willing to shell out big bucks to be a part of the family. Let me introduce you to some of the main players around here. She took Greg on a tour behind the scenes. They talked to David and the general manager, Jeff Hickman. While they chatted, she quietly checked for the owner and coach. Harper and coach had left the building. That didn't bode well. A rock formed in her gut. Heavy storm clouds couldn't have put a bigger damper on her day. Finally, she brought him around to Brock. And this is our star for the day. She brushed her hand down the back of Brock's arm, unable to be close to him and not touch him. There were a lot of unanswered questions stirring in her head about him and Kelly. They'd have to wait until they were alone together to resolve the doubts that hung like a pop fly over the infield. Julia popped over, a broad smile on her face. The bridge of her nose was red from the sun, and her eyes were hidden behind bug shield glasses. She thrust her hand out. Well, hello there, stranger. And who might you be? Sheila reared back at the way Julia thrust her chest out in front of her. Greg's eyebrow lifted in amusement, though he dropped Julia's hand faster than a fumbled third strike. Sheila made the introductions, leaving out the part about Rev-Aid's possible sponsorship. Brock stepped back to do an interview on camera with a contestant wearing a bacon costume and a superhero mask. He angled himself so he could brush his fingers against Sheila's lower back without anyone noticing. She noticed. She noticed big time. Butterflies filled her stomach and her mouth went dry, all while her body screamed at her to jump into his arms and catch up. Well, I can see why you're garnering all of our event coordinators' time. Julia looked Greg up and down like she was trying to find the sticker price on a sports car. Greg's an old friend. Sheila tried to downplay any rumors Julia cooked up in her cauldron of mischief. We met a while back at a conference. In fact, we should find Ashley. I'm sure she'll want to say hello. Greg nodded eagerly, knowing an out when he saw one and being willing to take it. I'd like to see her too. We'll go through the locker room. Sheila smiled to herself. It wouldn't hurt to give the guy a tour of the facility on their way. The more he fell in love with the Redrocks, the easier the sell would be. This time, her trip through the dugout was completely platonic, and she was with a man she had no intention of getting to know outside of the office. That didn't stop her entire body from singing praises in memory of the stolen moments with Brock. Heaven help her, she'd never be able to walk through the locker room without blushing. She only wished that she didn't have a past that had her looking over her shoulder when it came to Brock. If Kelly was as in love with Brock as her mother claimed, then kissing him may have cost her a sister. Chapter 14. Brock watched as Sheila showed Greg down the dugout steps. They paused, and her arms moved about like she was giving him a tour. They both laughed. Brock took 2 steps to follow, the need to interrupt their happy moment storming around inside of his chest like a territorial bull. The microphone slipped in his slick palm. He'd gone to the locker room with Sheila and had the best kiss of his life. Watching her walk in with someone else didn't bring up healthy emotions. In fact, they were destructive emotions. As in, he wanted to deconstruct the guy. He shook out his shoulders and rolled his head from side to side to relieve tension. Sheila wasn't the type to go around throwing her lips at guys, was she? He didn't really know her all that well. They'd had one date, which he'd had to convince her to go on. Next to him, Julia snapped her gum. He's post-worthy. She brought her phone to her chest and took several pictures. You should offer to show him the town. Brock tucked his chin. Greg had thrown all the not interested signs at Julia. Therefore, Brock should do the guy a favor and discourage Julia from chasing after someone who wasn't into her. Come to think of it, saying things like that wasn't kind to either of them. Julia interrupted his thoughts with, he offered her a job, you know? She brought her nails up and studied them. I overheard them talking in her office. When was Greg in her office? Oh. Yeah, he said he liked her hustle. She flicked her fingers. Whatever that means. I'm the one who gives her program reach. Brock swallowed. He reached for a water bottle and downed 2 large gulps to cover up the fact that he had no idea what to say. He gasped for air. Is she taking it? He continued to watch the 2 chat like best friends in the dugout. Julia twisted her lips. She turned him down, but I think she's playing a game. Getting him to offer more money. Brock's mouth soured. He hated game playing. His dad was the best game player of all, constantly twisting words and decisions to make himself look better. Growing up, his friends thought he had the best baseball dad in the world, but they didn't know that once Dad was out of the spotlight, he changed. Brock had sworn he'd never live with someone like that again. Is Sheila that? He looked for a good way to say what he was thinking. Strategic? Julia's arm dropped in disbelief. Police. She's the master of strategy. I give her 5 years and she's kicked David Butler out of the corner office and taken over the whole department. She flipped her hair over her shoulder. I just try to stay on her good side. Brock went to spin the water bottle and fumbled, almost dropping it. The bottle crinkled and cracked in his grip. Julia lifted an eyebrow but continued. If you ask me, Greg's interested in more than just Sheila's professional qualifications. But you didn't hear that from me. Just then, Greg put his hand on Sheila's lower back and ushered her through the door to the locker room. Brock's stomach dropped out. He squeezed the water bottle and the lid popped off, making the intern standing with his back to them duck like a bystander of an Old West shootout. Sorry, Brock muttered. If he wasn't feeling so keyed up, that would have been funny. Julia checked her phone. Time for another post. I'll catch you later. Yeah. Brock stared down at the rubber mat they'd laid to protect the grass, getting lost in the geometric design as he thought things through. For a minute there, he'd let his heart step away from the base, itching to steal second. His hand stretched out, shaking it a little, daring the pitcher to try and pick him off. He couldn't afford to get cocky. Not with his heart on the line. He needed to play it safe, stay closer to the bag. A big leadoff could put him in jeopardy of being thrown out. Losing at love was like getting spiked by a runner. The pain dropped a man to his knees. Brock had been there before, and he wouldn't go back. Chapter 15. Sheila scrubbed at her face in an effort to wake up. Life had been non-stop work since the open tryouts several days ago. Rev 8 was ready to become part of the Redrocks family. The only problem was that they wanted to reveal their sponsorship at the semi-finals. Which meant that there were about 1.5 million things that needed to be done in less than a week's worth of time. The first step had been to sign contracts. Thankfully, legal took care of most of that, but as the instigator of the brilliant plan and Greg's contact with the team, Sheila had spent at least 4 hours a day making sure Greg was happy. To buy herself some time, she called Tilly Burks and asked her to give Greg the world's slowest tour of the stadium this morning. Tilly knew all the ins and outs, the history, and the secret passageways. Not that there were secret passages, but there should be, because that would be awesome. Okay, she was officially going on 3 hours of sleep and losing it. On top of entertaining an out-of-town guest and investor, there were new graphics to create and approve both on her end of things and at Rev 8. There was a social media map to hash out with Julia, who was thrilled with having Greg around. She had backed off on the flirting but took more pics than necessary of the poor man. And it wasn't just the semi-finals Sheila was working on. The finals would take place in 2 weeks, and she wanted the vote to be cast by phone for immediate results so the winner could don the costume and make an appearance for the finale. Which meant spectators would text in their choice. Which necessitated working with Jerry to get the system up and running. Jerry was great at coding, but he had zero design skills. Each time she sent the ballot back for changes, he growled at her as if she'd poked his baby with a sharp stick. Her phone rang, and she reached for it automatically. "This is Sheila, how can I help you?" "You can come to dinner tonight," said her dad. She smiled at the warm invitation in his tone and tucked the phone between her shoulder and her ear as she attempted to clean off a corner of her desk. With a sense of glee, she ripped 2 sticky notes off the surface, crumpled them up, and tossed them in the trash. "I'd love to. What can I bring?" Greg was having dinner with Harper and Coach Wolf at their personal residence. Sheila hadn't been to the house, but she'd heard it was an architectural accomplishment, having been built into a cliff with gorgeous views of the valley from every floor. Of course, that could be office gossip, but she believed it. Harper was the type of person who would live in an enchanted mansion on the hillside. Potato salad. Sheila grinned. Her dad loved the deli-style red potato salad, and her mom hated it. You got it. She'd have time to stop at the store on her way over. She glanced at the clock. Maybe. There was so much to do. Your mom said to bring your gentleman with you. Sheila snorted. That wouldn't go over well. He's busy. Brock had invited her over for dinner on his half-finished deck, but she'd turned him down, knowing that he was a time vortex. Whenever they were together, minutes slipped away like sugar falling from a measuring cup. At least going to dinner at her parents' wouldn't take more than an hour. They were efficient people. Brock texted her updates on his deck project and flirted. She loved their conversations and the daily texting session, but barely managed to send replies. A text from him would rip her right out of the zone, and she'd end up reliving their stolen kisses in the locker room instead of reviewing billboard concepts and designs. The thing was, she missed him. She missed him, and Mom's comment about Kelly still bothered her. Is Kelly bringing anyone? We don't know. She said to keep an open spot, just in case. What was she worried about, anyway? It wasn't like Kelly had some hold over Brock. They'd had one date. Sheila needed to let go of the doubts in her head. They were based on past experiences with her sister, not with Brock. If she didn't think about it, she was better off. So she shoved her feelings down and plowed ahead. All right. We'll save a seat for you. Dad said goodbye, and they hung up the phone. Sheila took a pic of the blank spot on her desk and sent it to Brock. Making progress. Brock's reply was almost instantaneous. I'm so proud of you. Sheila warmed. He always knew just what to say. Brock was great. Her sister was hopefully moving on. Everything was going to be okay. A chill raced up her spine, giving her the feeling that she'd tempted fate. She took that feeling by the neck and thrust it deep down inside with the others. Just don't think about how betrayed your sister would feel if she knew you had kissed the guy she crushed on. And while she wasn't thinking about that, she'd not think about how much she actually liked Brock. It wasn't that she couldn't or shouldn't like him, it was that the more she thought about him, the further behind she fell in work. The further behind she fell, the more stress Harper would feel. The more stress Harper felt, the more she was likely to sell the team. And that just wasn't an option. Sheila shoved all thoughts aside and picked up the nearest sticky note, determined to check another thing off her list. Chapter 16. Brock pushed the shopping cart with the wobbly wheel through the produce section. A brunette stopped by his cart and reached over to retrieve a bunch of bananas. She glanced up at him from lowered lashes and smiled shyly. He smiled in return but kept his focus on the fruit. Ricky was right, the time to find single ladies at the grocery store was around 5. Just after they got off work. The store was crawling with them. It would have been great if he was looking for a date. How had he not known this before he started dating Sheila? Well, hello there. Kelly slid her hand around Brock's arm, coming from behind and taking him off guard. I thought that was you, she purred. Brock's eyes went to her dark eyebrows briefly. He shook his head, extracting his arm from Kelly's caress. It's good to see you again. He placed both hands on the cart handle and started walking. Instead of taking the hint, Kelly fell into step beside him. He headed for the bakery, needing hamburger buns for his cookout. Since Sheila wasn't coming over, he'd invited Heath and Brian Tuttle, the left fielder. The flooring was done. He'd start the railing tomorrow. She glanced over the items in his cart. Total guy food, she teased. Chick food. He pointed to the cheese with a name he couldn't pronounce and crackers with seeds on them in the basket looped over her arm. She lifted a shoulder. My mom loves this stuff. I'm headed to her house for dinner and thought I'd surprise her. She stepped closer to him, the scent of hand sanitizer mixed with her light perfume making his nose tingle. Brock? Sheila's cart banged into his with a clatter. Brock's chest grew warm at the sight of her. Sheila, he breathed. Kelly. Sheila looked back and forth between them. What's going on? Kelly turned her body towards Sheila. Brock had the weird thought of a female cat turning on a threat. We were just shopping. Whoa. Brock held up his hands. She was shopping and I was shopping, but we weren't shopping together. Kelly laughed and swatted at his arm. You're so cute when you're flustered. He wasn't flustered. He was track-a-popfly focused on the horror written all over Sheila's face. Before he could reassure her that he wasn't here with Kelly, that there was nothing going on with Kelly, Kelly jumped in. I was just about to invite Brock to dinner tonight. She hooked his bicep with her cold fingers. My parents would love to meet you. They're huge Redrocks fans. Are you going? He asked Sheila. She swallowed heavily. Yep. I'm taking potato salad. Kelly huffed. Mom hates that stuff. Dad asked me to bring it, Sheila replied through clenched teeth. Only because I know it's not good for him and Mom will throw it out as soon as dinner is over. He went for the weak link. At least he'll get to enjoy it tonight. Brock grabbed the closest bag of buns and tossed them into the cart. I'm not going to be able to make it. I have a couple of the guys coming over for a barbecue. Kelly pouted. That's too bad. Sheila's bringing Greg, and I didn't want to sit alone. His head whipped around so fast the lights blurred. What? Sheila glared at Kelly. I'm not taking Greg. He's having dinner with the owner tonight. Brock grunted. That wasn't the answer he was looking for. So you'd take him if he wasn't? She bent her leg and tapped her toes repeatedly. Probably. He's my responsibility for the week, so I'd have to take him. Kelly shoved Sheila's shoulder. Don't act all put out. He's totally hot, and you know it. Sheila rolled her eyes. He's a client. Nothing more. PFT, Kelly clearly didn't believe her sister. Brock wanted to believe her. The truth was, they weren't exclusive. One amazing kiss and 1,000 texts did not make Sheila his girlfriend. She was free to date whoever she chose. He just wanted her to choose him. Kelly ran a hand down his arm. She wasn't helping. Okay, it was nice to see you both again. I'm going to go that way. He pointed to the end of the aisle and took off, not wanting to be in the middle of the sisters and not wanting to cause a scene. They were like two ends of jumper cables, firing sparks and threatening to singe anyone who came between them. He was almost to the checkout when Sheila caught up with him. Her cart moved almost soundlessly as all its wheels worked perfectly. He let out a breath, thankful her sister wasn't right behind her. Look, she started, and her abrupt tone smacked him. Clearly there's been some mixed signals, or perhaps not strong enough ones, because Kelly's under the impression the two of you are starting a relationship. If you want to date Kelly, that's fine, but you can't date us both. He scoffed, because her assumption was so crazy. And because she was the one seeing Greg every night of the week when she couldn't pull together 15 minutes to come see his deck. Like you're one to talk about signals. Excuse me? She planted a hand on her sweet little hip. You've been dating Greg. Her mouth fell open and then snapped shut. She lifted herself on her toes, gaining height. Kelly's successful and pretty and a great catch, so I'll make this decision easy for you. I'm stepping out. She threw both hands up, palms forward. Sounds like you have yourself a great guy. Don't let me get in the way. Her eyebrows lowered. Fine. Fine. He gripped the cart handle. Sheila glared, turned her cart the other direction, and stormed off. The minute she was out of sight, Brock's body sagged. All he wanted to do was buy steaks and burgers for the barbecue, and somehow, he'd lost his chance with the girl who made him feel like Captain America. He slammed his palm on the handle and made his way to check out. What did he need Sheila and her drama for, anyway? Because she makes each day a little sweeter than the last. We laugh together. Which is big. And she's the best thing in my life. Stupid heart. It needed to shut up and know its place. Chapter 17. Saturday was an awful day to go to the home improvement store. The place was crawling with homeowners pushing carts that were too heavy while frustrated that they'd forgotten the one screw or bolt or were 3 pavers short of a load. It was a recipe for disaster. Which was why Brock was in the stadium parking lot instead of working on the deck railing. He really should be home working on the railing. Except he couldn't seem to stay away from the mascot contest, and his car practically drove itself to the Redrocks home. He wasn't here to see Sheila. He was here to find out who advanced to the next round. Because, like it or not, he had a stake in how the contest turned out. Yes, that was why he was there. Not because he knew Sheila was inside, running around and getting things done. And not because it had been a week since they'd kissed and 3 days since they'd chewed each other out and he couldn't get either event out of his head. The kiss always came first. He'd walk into the sunshine, and in the split second it took for his eyes to adjust, he'd compare the warmth on his skin to the warmth she created inside of him when she ran her hands up his chest and around his neck. When he closed his eyes at night, his lips felt the soft weight of hers. And now anything that smelled like leather also brought up the memory, because they'd been in the locker room and there was a new mitt in someone's locker. Although he hadn't paid attention to it that day. He hadn't noticed anything but her. Following the quick memories and blissful moments came the shattering word. Fine. It would forever echo in his head as a goodbye. He vowed he'd never say the word again. If anyone asked, he was great, good, amazing. He scanned the lines of people streaming through the gates and decided to go in through the player's entrance. Ralph, the security guard, waved him through with hardly a glance. He was a tall man who stooped constantly. His bent back could have been from age or from bending over to be a part of conversations. Brock had had that trouble growing up. He was always a head and a half taller than his friends, but his dad wouldn't stand for slouching. Mattock had to stand tall. He parked and ducked into the building, avoiding the locker room at all costs. Weaving through the labyrinth of hallways and staircases, he finally made it to the top of the bottom tier of seats. Seating was first come, first served, so he made his way down the section above the dugout. Juan was doing commentary for the contest today. He looked like he'd had a lot of sun and a lot of fun taking his daughters on their dream princess vacation. Then again, Juan always looked like he was having a good time. Yo, check. Check. Mic check. Check it, bro. Juan grinned and fist bumped the intern as he listened to his own voice over the loudspeakers. Hey. Hey, St. George. He threw his arms above his head. The crowd yelled back, loving his enthusiasm. Brock held back his laugh. Whoever thought handing one a microphone was a good idea was about to be fired. The dude didn't know when to shut up. Juan ran to the edge of the home team dugout. We're gonna do the wave, starting right here. Don't get ahead of me. Don't do it. You lift when I run by. His white teeth stood out against his olive skin and dark hair. Judging by the way the crowd lifted out of their seats as Juan ran in front of them, they were having fun too. Brock? Brock's shoulders inched up to his ears at the sound of Kelly's voice. He turned slowly, hoping she'd evaporate before he faced her. No such luck. Kelly. How was dinner with the family? She smiled and hugged him. He patted her back once and then stepped back. She stumbled a little, being on a step higher than him, but she let him go. It was good. Mom loved the crackers, and Dad loved the potato salad. She tucked her hair behind her ear. You need to meet them. They'd be ecstatic. You're their favorite third baseman. They're just right down there. Brock bit his tongue to keep from correcting her. Center field was a long way from third base, but she wasn't a baseball fan, so how would she know? Besides, it didn't matter what she thought, because he wasn't going to see her after today. He put on his polite smile and followed her down to greet her parents. He was curious about the couple who had raised these two strong and independent women. Kelly made introductions, and he shook Lisa's and Michael's hands. Sheila had her mom's height and her dad's eyes. Michael pulled the bottom of the chair next to him down. "Have a seat. I really should get going." Brock hooked his thumb over his shoulder as if he had a job today and wasn't loafing around the park. "Stay for a minute. I'll go grab us some Cokes." Kelly about shoved him into the chair. He landed with a grunt. Though he may have grunted more from displeasure than from the physical discomfort of being pushed down. Lisa leaned across Michael to talk to him. "We're so happy to finally meet you, Brock. You're all Kelly talks about these days." The words were like a bucket of cold water, making him suck in his stomach and clench his teeth. "That's nice of her. I'm glad she's my friend." Both parents paused a beat. Michael put his hand on Lisa's knee as if holding her back from saying what she was thinking. Lisa leveled him with a look only a long-time wife could accomplish. He patted her leg and chuckled. "I'd like something to drink too, if you wouldn't mind, sweetheart?" "Then go get it." Lisa folded her arms. "I would, but my knee is bothering me." He smiled amiably. She gathered herself and stood. "Knee, my foot," she grumbled as she inched past the two men and their knees. Brock turned to the side to let her through. He had the feeling that he'd gotten off easy just having Michael around. They sat for a few minutes in silence. One laughed into the mic as the first act left the stage. "Man, that was legit. Did you all see that?" The roar of the crowd was his answer. "Listen," Brock started when the silence was too heavy to be comfortable. "I'm sorry, but I'm not into Kelly. She's a lovely person and I'd like to be her friend." "Well." Michael shifted in his seat, kicking one leg out. "That's the thing with Kelly. She sets her heart on something and she won't be dissuaded." Was that how she was about Sheila going to med school? Pieces were falling into place. Sheila's backing out when she thought he was seeing both her and Kelly. Why would she risk her relationship with her sister over some guy? Especially if Kelly was a pit bull. Sheila was determined and aggressive, but she knew when to back off. Probably because she'd been doing it her whole life to keep the peace in the family. It made him mad. Why should Sheila have to go without because Kelly was a bully? Michael rubbed his nose. She was. It was awful. Almost split the family when Sheila decided to follow a different path. Brock bounced his knee. He had a whole lot to say on that subject. "It's a good thing she did. I don't think the Redrocks would be what they are today if it wasn't for Sheila. We're proud of her." "Have you told her?" Michael cleared his throat in a "that's none of your business" way. "I'm just saying. Sheila had a right to follow her heart, and if someone threw a fit about that, it's not her fault. I wouldn't have wanted to live with a sibling who wanted to run my life. As far as I'm concerned, Sheila is the better person. She had every right to walk away from Kelly, and she didn't." Michael lifted his chin and stared off at the red rock cliffs in right field. Things seemed to have worked out. Yeah, as long as Sheila doesn't make waves. Brock shook his head. He couldn't believe he was sticking his nose in this mess. He had the perfect out from this bizarre family, and instead he lifted his bat and leaned forward on his toes, begging the pitcher to throw a strike low and outside. "Sorry. I'm calling it like I see it." "Maybe you're seeing it more clearly than I have," Michael conceded. "A man doesn't like to choose between his daughters. When they fight, it rips his heart in two. Peace is easier. I guess it comes with a cost. One Sheila shouldn't have to pay." Michael nodded. What about you? Kelly's got her eyes set on you. Brock blew out his lips. The truth is, I'm kind of seeing someone else. You're what? Brock closed his eyes briefly before turning to find Kelly standing behind him, holding 2 cups of soda. The straws were in place, but the tops of the wrappers were still there. Like she was afraid it would get covered in germs on the walk from the concession stand. Her mom was on the stair above, glaring down at him. Great, now he'd ticked off Sheila's mom. Brock managed to keep his smile in place as he got to his feet. I think what you do for children is amazing. I just don't think we're compatible. Brock rubbed the back of his neck, wondering when his life had fallen down the crazy hole. Here he was, breaking up with a girl he didn't want to date in the first place, while the woman he wanted to be with didn't even know he was here. Kelly glanced around at the people sitting nearby, who were trying to act like they weren't paying attention. Brock kicked himself for not finding a quiet spot to tell her all this. Geez. He came off like a jagweed. Here, let me help you. He reached for the sodas, but Kelly yanked them out of his reach. I'm fine. He mentally screamed at the word. Anything but fine. Did fine run in the family? She moved to scoot into the row, and he went down 2 steps to give her room. Lisa lifted an eyebrow at him. I'm sorry. He was at a loss for words. What was he supposed to do? To say? He didn't think he'd led Kelly on. But he wasn't going to argue the point. Not here. I'll see you around, he said to the group. Michael nodded in understanding. Lisa and Kelly pressed their lips together and ignored him. Whatever. He needed to find Sheila. Chapter 18. Shake out of it. Sheila's teeth rattled as Ashley shook her. Pull yourself together, woman. Sheila shook herself free of the claws and batted Ashley away from her. I'm fine. You're not fine. You're lost in La La Land, and we're living 5 minutes. 5 minute. Sheila jumped to her feet. The semi-finals were due to start, and she wasn't anywhere near the field or the broadcasting booth. She definitely hadn't done her check-in with each department. Why didn't you tell me? I have been telling you. Her best friend's face was red as a jersey, and a section of her hair had slipped out of its top knot. Begin check-in, starting with. Sheila drew a blank. First aid, Ashley hissed. First aid. The check-in started. Sheila scrambled to gather a clipboard and her check-off sheet. Today's event would be much shorter than the week before. Only 4 hours. But there were just as many items to check off her to-do list as there had been the week before. No matter how stressed out she got, she couldn't run to Brock for a knee-melting kiss or even a hug. She was on her own, and there was no greater feeling of loneliness than knowing exactly what she was missing out on. Sorry, Ash. I'm on it. I promise. I know. Ashley plucked at her bottom lip, a sure sign something was on her mind. What? Call him. Maybe you can meet up with him later? Sheila shook her head so hard her hair whipped her in the eye. She carefully pressed her palm over the sting. I don't have time for this. Or him. This being the heartache that had haunted her since she'd stepped out of the grocery store and reality sank in. She'd handed Brock over to Kelly. She was an idiot. Really. He was worth more than not going to med school. She should have fought for him. She should have stood there in aisle 3 and told Kelly to back the heck off. She should have been less insecure about their relationship and more confident in his kisses. But there was this seed of doubt. All her life, Sheila had worked to maintain the status quo. To be the peacemaker, the level-headed sister, the one who didn't give her parents high blood pressure. She remembered, in HD surround sound, the time Kelly was 7 and Sheila was 4 and Kelly pitched a fit in the grocery store. Not just a fit, but the kind of fit that had mom in tears. Sheila had seen a great sorrow in her mother's face that day and vowed never to be a burden to her parents like Kelly was to them. But that was a child's perspective on the situation. Perhaps she hadn't quite grown out of that belief yet. When ambushed by Kelly and Brock in the store, she defaulted to what she'd known before. She'd backed away in order to save everyone's feelings. And now she was miserable. Miserable and late. She ran from her office, grateful she'd thought ahead to wear low-heeled shoes. A smile was hard to find and even harder to swipe across her face, but she managed to get it there before she stepped into the sunlight. The check-ins were complete, and it was time to start. She gave the go-ahead to the booth, and the recorded organ music, "Take Me Out to the Ball Game," announced the beginning of the program. Time to tune out her heart and get to work. The first hour of the audition passed quickly. Sheila had only intended to be in the crowds for a few minutes, but she'd ended up staying in the stands. The atmosphere was electric. She silently patted herself on the back for turning the microphone over to Juan for the day. They had fewer competitors today than they'd had for the open section of the competition, and she'd worried that the crowd would get bored watching 30 pretty decent tryouts. Juan was anything but boring. In fact, he was charming the stadium with every broad grin and exclamation of astonishment that came out of his mouth. He was truly impressed with each audition and gave the competitors the full treatment. With him, it didn't come off as a job. He liked being there. Yep, that was one decision she'd take credit for all week long. Walking away from Brock was a totally different story. She'd been sick to her stomach ever since and had hardly eaten a thing. Her phone beeped, and she hit the walkie-talkie button. "This is Sheila. Go ahead. There's some lady crying in the bathroom. She's making a scene. People are gathering." Dale, the intern, had great ideas, but he was shy about putting himself out there. The idea of an issue in the women's restroom probably freaked him out. To his credit, crying females did that to almost all men. They had no idea what to do when the tears flowed free. Sheila left her perch. She had loads of experience talking Kelly down from a tantrum. This lady should be easy. Which bathroom? Top of the steps over the home dugout. On my way. They hadn't sold as many tickets to this event as they had to the one the week before. That was to be expected. When they had an open audition, the contestants brought in their families and friends to watch. Today, they were floating on people who had become invested in the outcome, those who wanted a say. The top fifth of the stadium was empty. That was all right, because the concession lines were long. She wove through the press of women waiting to get into the bathroom and shoved the door open with her hip. Pausing for a moment to take in the situation, she let out a moan. "Kelly." Her sister's head whipped in her direction. She left the group of 5 women who had been patting her on the back and handing her tissues to throw herself into Sheila's arms. Sheila patted her back. "What's the matter?" Kelly sniffed, leaning back and swiping her fingers under her raccoon eyes. "I thought things were going well, and then bam. He says he's seeing someone else." Sheila ran her tongue over her teeth. "Brock? What brought this up now? In the stadium?" "Yes, Brock. Who else?" She fisted the tissue, squeezing it like she could strangle the life out of Brock, and then shaking it in front of her. Ladies stepped back to give her room in case she was going to blow. Sheila glanced around. The line was moving again, but there were a lot of interested eyes on the two of them. "Let's walk. You're a better thinker when you're moving." And there are fewer people standing and staring on the walkway. Kelly nodded, allowing herself to be pushed along by Sheila's arm around her back. I really liked him. He can be quite the charmer. I'm sure you've seen it up close and personal, working with him the way you do. Kelly scooped her hair off her face. I really felt like we could be one of those power couples. He has the face and all this fame, and I have the brains. Our children would have been athletic and smart. I just really wanted someone who would add to our gene pool. Wow. You thought this through. Kelly sighed. Were you guys that compatible? Of course. I mean, he eats red meat, but he can stop. And he drives a truck, but that can be sold. Kelly frowned. He didn't talk much at dinner, so our evenings would be quiet. But you know me. I don't like a lot of noise at home anyway. The hospital is loud all day long. Right. Sheila stopped them at the end of the walkway and turned them around to head back. You'll find that guy. One who drives a minivan and prefers chicken. Kelly gulped. All the good guys are gone. Nah. Sheila swatted away her worries. They're out there, building their careers and dreaming of a small family and quiet evenings. Probably doing seaweed facials to stay handsome. Sarcasm was easy to hide with a smile. Especially when she was saying exactly what her sister wanted to hear. Do you think so? I know so. There had to be a guy out there for Kelly. Everyone had a match, didn't they? Sheila leaned her head on Kelly's shoulder. I'm sorry he broke your heart. Kelly stopped walking and did an internal scan, her eyes moving back and forth as if reading a cardiograph. He didn't. But the crying. And the scene in the bathroom where an intern had to call for backup. I'm fine. Fine? Fine? Her sister was anything but fine. Have you looked into bipolar meds? Kelly laughed. I feel things deeply. There's nothing wrong with that. It's healthy to allow yourself to fall all the way into your feelings, roll around for a while, and then let them go. Agree to disagree. Kelly used her shiny phone case to check her makeup. Gah. Except I look like the Walking Dead. Why didn't you tell me? She dug in her purse and came up with a makeup wipe, which she used to remove all traces of tears. Because you look beautiful. Kelly tipped her head. You're the best baby sister. Ever. Guilt flushed through Sheila's chest. Rule number 3 of dating, never let the man see you cry over him. She flipped her hair over her shoulder. I don't think you have to worry about that. Brock's not here today. Kelly concentrated on outlining her lips. I saw him 20 minutes ago. He met Mom and Dad. What? Sheila grabbed Kelly's arms, making her draw a pink line across her cheek. He's here? Yeah, she said as if Sheila were dense. I don't think Mom likes him all that much. Sheila dropped her arms. I have to go. She looked right and then left, her hair slapping across her face. She took off for the nearest door marked employees only. Love you, Kelly called behind her. Sheila lifted a hand in response, her mouth glued shut with determination to avoid Brock. She wasn't even sure what to say to him. He'd obviously hurt Kelly's feelings. For about 5 minutes. But a ladybug could make Kelly cry. The heavy metal door shut behind her, and she was alone in a stairwell. She could take this up 2 floors and be in the booth. Or she could walk out there and find Brock. She dithered. What would she say? She'd like to unsay the words she'd thrown at him in the supermarket. She'd have to, because she'd messed up as badly as a pitcher who couldn't find the strike zone. The only way to save the play was to make a throw down to first base, and she had no idea how to do that. For heaven's sake, what did you say to a guy you were falling in love with after sending him packing? Chapter 19. And that's it, folks. Thanks so much. I mean, really, thank you for coming out today and celebrating with us. Let's give our 7 finalists a final round of applause. Brock clapped along with those around him as Juan continued to jabber on. Brock had moved to the upper bowl, wanting to steer clear of Kelly and her parents, and hoping to catch sight of Sheila. She'd done a good job of staying behind the scenes. He hadn't caught so much as a glimpse of her white hair and red lips all day. With a heavy sigh, he headed for the exit. Maybe he could finish the railing on his deck this evening. His steps were slow as he made his way to the players' parking lot. He kept his head down, his ball hat low. The people milling around were fans, and he wasn't in the mood to smile for pictures and signed t-shirts. He was cutting across a walkway, headed towards the employees-only door, when a small body planted itself in front of him. He stepped back to avoid running over the lady, only to find that it was Sheila's mom. "Hi," he blurted. She put both hands on her hips and glared. "Michael told me everything you said. What right do you have to judge our family situation?" His neck grew warm. A man bumped into him from behind. "I wasn't judging. I was sticking up for Sheila. I'm her mother. I will stick up for her." She pointed to her chest. Brock folded his arms and lifted an eyebrow in challenge. Lisa deflated. She pulled his elbow until he went to sit by her in the empty bleachers. The place cleared out fast. The parking lot was probably a mess, but inside, things were calming down. Empty popcorn boxes littered the ground, piles of sunflower seed shells dotted the walkways, and cups lingered in the drink holders. He put his elbows on his legs and listened, not sure where this conversation would take him, but pretty sure he was about to find out Lisa's agenda. Everybody had one. Lisa leaned forward, her gaze on the outfield. "I don't think you're playing games with my daughters. That puppy dog sadness in your eyes is enough to convince me that your heart is in this. And it's not after Kelly. So." Brock leaned back, lifted his ball hat, and ran his fingers through his hair. "I think she gave up on me. Besides, she won't do anything to hurt your family or come between her and Kelly. No. Nope. And no." She cut her flat hand through the air. "My girl is not a quitter. As long as you're breathing, you have a chance." He chuckled. "Breathing I can do. How about flirting and romancing? Can you do those?" Brock considered her for a moment. She wasn't talking to him as a ball player that she wanted to date her daughter. If that was the case, then she wouldn't care which daughter he chased. What she was doing was looking for Sheila's happiness. That was her objective. Her agenda. Now that he thought about it, Michael had the same one. Sheila's happiness was an agenda he could get behind, one he could support, even adopt it himself. "Yes, ma'am. I've been told I have skills in those areas." She patted his knee. "I'll bet you do. You get to work and let me worry about Kelly." "Will do." He stood up and offered her a hand to help her up too. She let him escort her to the exit, where Michael was waiting at the curb in their black Lincoln. He lifted a hand in greeting. Brock grinned. He bet they would have an interesting talk on the ride home. He wished he had someone to talk to. Someone he could hold hands with as they drove home and bounce ideas off of, and who would listen to his thoughts without judging. He'd continue to breathe, drawing air in and out in steady measure. He needed to figure out a way to romance Sheila, to hit a home run and win her heart. He was considered a heavy hitter, for heaven's sake. He could do this. Chapter 20. It's stunning. Sheila nodded. Her fingers pressed over her lips as she stared at the eagle costume they'd just freed from the box. I love it. I love it more than you love Diet Coke. Ashley hugged herself. Not possible. But so close. Sheila stepped forward and ran her hand down the silky feathers on the arm of the mascot costume. It had arrived this morning, and she and Ashley locked themselves in the conference room to open it. They'd shut all the blinds to keep prying eyes out. This bad boy wasn't going to be seen until the big reveal on Saturday. Ashley sat in a chair and pondered the costume. For Sheila, it represented more than the culmination of their October project. It was her stamp on the Redrocks team. The mascot would be with the Redrocks until the end of time, and she was the one who made it happen. That felt darn good. The eagle wore a red Redrocks shirt with the logo emblazoned on the front. The shirt color popped against the white chest feathers and the dark brown body feathers. The back had his name, Rev, with double zeros for his number. The Rev Aid logo was on both his sleeves. They'd gone with the full-sized eagle with wings that spread out and bright yellow talons. Ashley tapped her pen on the table. So, have you called him? Sheila sat and traced the edge of the wood with her fingertips. No. I have no idea what to say. She dropped her head to the table with a soft thunk. The more I think about what I said, the crazier it sounds. I was a basket case. He's run hard and fast to get away from me, and I don't blame him. You don't know that. She lifted her eyes, the middle of her forehead numb from knocking it against the table. It was red and she didn't even care. She should be marked as a weirdo to warn all men she met in the future that she was emotionally unstable. I threw him into Kelly's arms, and he didn't even want to be there. I assumed he'd want her over me, and I made a fool out of myself. Let's talk about that. Ashley took the seat across from her at the table. I don't have time. Bull crap. This is the first time in a month that we've had time to sit, and we're not going to waste it staring at this eagle when there are much bigger issues to tackle. Why did you think he'd want Kelly over you? Sheila rolled her eyes. She needed much more psychological help than a conversation with her girlfriend could muster. But maybe finally getting the words out would help her get past the rock that was lodged in her heart. Kelly is Kelly. She's beautiful, driven, successful, great with kids. You're all those things. Yeah, but Kelly had him first. He's not a candy bar you can call dibs on. He's a person, and he gets a say. Sheila flattened her palm. He's a person. Ashley nodded slowly. A person. With feelings and thoughts all his own. He's a person. So, I may not have taken that into consideration. She hadn't. She'd given up everything from dolls to a car to keep her sister from pitching a fit. She should have given Brock some credit for having a brain and asked what he wanted. And she shouldn't have let the humiliation of being cheated on once ruin her chance with a great guy. Ashley leaned across the table, her face serious. I'm going to say something to you, and I want you to think it over. Okay. You're happy with Brock. You're allowed to be happy. Sheila drummed her fingers on the table. I did like kissing him. You bet you did. Ashley sounded like a cheerleader. And he doesn't want Kelly. Which made things so much easier. Kelly would move on to the next shiny applicant for her life of quiet and prestige. That's the wrong thinking. Sheila's thoughts screeched to a halt like a driver going 50 in a 35 spying a cop car waiting in the bushes. You need to be willing to fight for him even if Kelly wants him. Why? Because that's what a guy wants. Sheila wrinkled her brow in confusion. I thought they wanted sex. Ashley giggled. Yes, but that can wait. She scooted around in her chair. I have 3 brothers, and let me tell you, they want to know they are the king of your castle, your knight, your Iron Man. They don't want to be the sidekick. They want action? Ashley pointed at her. Get your mind out of the gutter. Sheila giggled. So what do I do? I want this guy, bad. It was Ashley's turn to drum her fingers. Sheila jumped up and grabbed a dry erase marker. What I need is a PR plan. She quickly wrote the days of the week on the board. Okay, let's make it a 5-day plan, because I am busy as all get out this week, and I can't do a big gesture of any kind if I'm going to save the Redrocks. Ashley slapped her hand on the table. Let's do an awareness campaign. Make him aware that you're still interested. That's good. She scribbled it on the board, knowing they would erase it before they left the conference room. But I want to be kissing again by Saturday, so the awareness has to happen fast. Next to awareness, she wrote introductory text as step 1. Oh, start out by thanking him for all his help on the project. I like that. Sheila continued to write under step 1. We need to use all our avenues of communication. See if Julia has any pictures of me and Brock together and have her post them. She put that under step 2. Brilliant. Going public with your feelings shows that you're not afraid of what the world, or your sister, will think. Once he responds to a few texts, you need a call to action. Ashley typed away at her keyboard with lightning speed. How about inviting him Saturday for the big reveal? Perfect. Sheila's hand stilled, the marker hovering. What if he doesn't come? Then you'll go after him. Remember, you're a fighter. I'm a fighter. She gripped the marker. I'm doing this. Chapter 21. Brock was sitting on his completed deck, his shoes off and a country song playing on his phone. He should have been thrilled to complete it so soon, should have been looking for his next project. Instead, he was nursing a soda and his wounded ego. Sheila should be in the chair next to him, ready to tap their cans together in celebration. He hadn't figured out a way to break through the wall of silence that stood between them. Part of the problem was that she was neck-deep in work. Every great idea he came up with, he shot down because it took time. And time was what she didn't have. If he could bottle up an hour and present it to her, he'd get a smile. His phone dinged, and he did a double take at the name on the screen. Sheila, I wanted to thank you for all your help with the mascot auditions. You were amazing. He adjusted his ball hat. Was she wrapping up loose ends? Not as good as Juan, though. He held his breath and waited. If she joked back, he was in. Sheila, no one's as good as Juan. Just ask him. Boom. It was on. He sat forward, rubbing his sweaty palm against his cargo shorts. Before he could think of a comeback, she texted again. We got the official costume today. It's legit. Pick? No way. Top secret. He grinned. You're the amazing one. The whole contest was brilliant. I couldn't have done it without you. He was typing that she surely could have when the dots rolled, indicating that she was typing again. I miss you. He fell into the backrest, making the chair's front feet lift off the deck. He could dance around the issue, but there was no sense taking a single when you could make a double play. Does Kelly know? IDK. I don't care. He watched the 3 dots bounce. His heart pounded away in his chest. I messed up. Do you think we could try this again? One side of his mouth lifted, and soon the other side followed. I'd like to catch up. Me too. He threw his hands in the air and jogged around his deck as if jogging the bases after a walk-off home run. He was back at home plate, and it was the best place on the field. Chapter 22. Sheila stood on the left of the stage. I don't know why I have to be here, she muttered to the intern. He gave her a blank look. Because Mrs. Wolf said you had to be here. Yeah, thanks. Sheila adjusted her shirt and stood taller. Being near the stage wasn't part of the plan. She should be up in the booth, where she could monitor the social feed and see what the world thought of their new mascot. Instead, she was stuck here, in the shade, feeling like she was in the way of the people who actually had a job to do down here. Greg sauntered over, his light blue button-up shirt folded over his forearms and open at the neck. It was the first time she'd seen him so casual. Sheila. Thank you again for bringing this all together. She smiled easily. Greg was a good guy. His business practices were above board, and he was more than generous in contract negotiations. It's been my pleasure. I can't tell you how proud I am to have brought Rev Aid and the Redrocks together to make all this happen. He reached out, and they shook hands. That job is always available, if you want it. Seriously, I'll fire someone to bring you on. Sheila laughed. He had a great sense of humor. The last finalist ran off the stage. He'd done a 5-minute routine that had the fans cheering loudly. An intern ushered him behind the stage. They needed to kill about 15 minutes while the votes were cast and tallied and the winner dressed in his or her new uniform. Harper had asked her to leave this part of the program open. She had something special planned. This was the first time Sheila had seen Harper in over 2 weeks, since she'd almost passed out at the open tryouts. Thank you, Redrocks fans. Harper lifted one arm and waved. We're making history right now as you cast your votes. The crowd cheered. This is a day that you will never forget. She paused, laying her hand over her heart. I will never forget. You may have been looking at the stage, but I've been watching you, and you're amazing. You bring your families. You cheer for your team. And you strengthen my desire to take the Redrocks into the next season and beyond. We love you. She got a loud cheer in response. Patting the air, she encouraged the crowd to settle down. I have one person I'd like to extend a special thanks to. Sheila clasped her hands together. Oh no. As proud as she was to have put this all in motion, she did not want to go on that stage. She was the one who ran things behind the scenes for a reason. Are you okay? Asked Greg. You're pale. I'm fine, she rasped. But I'm not going to introduce her. I'm going to leave that up to someone you all know and love. Our heavy hitter, Brock Mattock. Brock walked on stage, wearing a blue polo shirt the exact shade of his Southern California sky blue eyes. Sheila grabbed onto Greg's arm for support. Brock said some words welcoming the crowd to the stadium and explaining what they were here to do that didn't quite sink in. Sheila was too busy drinking him in. He was so handsome that it overwhelmed her eyes to the point that seeing was the only sense working. She couldn't hear. Her body was numb. He turned her way and winked, and she was suddenly zeroed in on him, on the way his lips formed her name and his hand reached for her. Her body moved up the stairs as if she were ascending the clouds. When she got to the top, his fingers brushed her cheek. Brock, I'm so sorry for the things I said. He nodded, walking backward and dragging her to the middle of the stage. Me too. With the mic back to his lips, he said, Ladies and gentlemen, I have a confession to make. He turned from her to face the stands. Sheila did the same, and her face immediately burned hotter than the blacktop in July. There were so many people, and they were all looking at her. She didn't dare check the jumbotron for fear her face was plastered up there as well. A trickle of sweat ran down her back, and she gripped Brock's hand, afraid she'd pass out right there if she didn't have something real to hold on to. I used to think everyone had an agenda. I know. I know. I was cynical. He gave a self-depreciating chuckle. But then I met Sheila. You don't know it, but she's responsible for all of this. He lifted his free hand with the mic and waved it around. People cheered. It's because of her that Rev the Eagle even exists. And it's because of her that we players get to talk to your children about bullying and how they can go after their dreams. My kid rocks, screamed a mom from the lower bowl. Brock grinned, and Sheila laughed, covering her mouth. As lucky as the Redrocks are to have Sheila, I gotta say I'm the luckiest of us all. He faced Sheila, his sun-kissed hair falling over his forehead and his gorgeous blue eyes so full it took her breath away. I'm lucky, because I'm the guy who fell in love with her. Sheila gasped. Brock? I have always admired her from afar. She works harder than anyone I know, and her love for the Redrocks runs deep. I'm just hoping. He adjusted his hold on her hand, running his thumb over her knuckles. That there's a chance you feel the same way. The whole stadium held their breath. It didn't get this quiet when there were this many people in the seats unless the national anthem was being sung. Ever. She looked into Brock's eyes and found the truth of his words. She felt them all the way through her soul, and everyone else disappeared. The fans. Her parents. Kelly. No one else mattered but Brock and this moment. She nodded, her throat too tight to share what was overflowing in her heart. The stadium erupted with clapping, stomping, screaming, and general chaos. People threw their popcorn in the air like confetti. All of it didn't compare to the celebration happening inside of Sheila. Her heart jumped and spun in circles, too joyful to remain sedately beating away. Her eyes brimmed with happy tears, blurring her vision. Brock wrapped her up in his arms, the ones that were strong enough to support her on her worst days and tender enough to cradle her heart. She lifted onto her tiptoes and kissed him. Right there in front of the world. She didn't care if it was unprofessional, it was right. Oh, so right. His lips were warm and welcoming, full of a new start. She pressed herself against him, not wanting to ever let go. All right, you two, save some for the locker room. Harper shooed them off the stage, a grin as big as right field on her face. She followed behind, letting one introduce a video review of the past two tryouts that had brought them to this point. The rumble of laughter echoed around them and there were thousands of smiles in the stands. Sheila ducked her head, still embarrassed that she'd PDA'd with such passion. They descended the stairs, and Brock held her close to his side. She giggled, swatting his arm. You stole my thunder. I had a whole campaign worked out to get you back. He kissed her hair. That's why they call me a heavy hitter. I get the job done. She laughed, feeling lighter than air. I love you, Brock Mattock. He kissed her once again, lingering in the kiss to allowing the tenderness of the moment to imprint on her soul. Well. Harper clapped her hands, getting them to turn to face her. Are we ready to introduce St. George to the new mascot? Just then, the home run cannons went off, spraying confetti over the stands and grabbing attention all over the park. The middle of the stage opened up, and Rev spread his wings as he was lifted into the air. In a swoop, he did several flips through the air, earning cheers and screams of excitement. Sheila leaned over to Harper so she could have a private word with her. I guess this means you're not selling the team, then? Harper flipped on her so fast her hair flew out around her like a pleated skirt. What do you mean? Sheila stumbled. She'd forgotten that she'd overheard things and Harper didn't know what she knew. I'm sorry. I overheard you talking to Coach about quitting. I thought if we got the team in the black, you'd stick around. The stress seemed to take a toll. She trailed off as understanding dawned on Harper's face. Harper's hand covered her lower belly and a tiny smile appeared. That was a private conversation about a personal matter. Sheila's eyes dropped to her hand and back up. She shouldn't ask. But she wanted to so badly. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have assumed anything. Don't worry about it. I want to tell you, but it's still so early. Harper's eyes danced. Perhaps we could discuss a new line of infant Redrocks swag? Sheila squealed and bounced on her toes. Say no more. She mimed locking her lips with a key. But yes. I'd be happy to discuss new merchandising opportunities with you at your earliest convenience. Harper laughed. Fantastic. I'm on restricted activity for the off-season, so I won't be in the office much. We'll talk when I get back. She gave Sheila's arm a squeeze and headed to where Coach Wolf waited for her at the top of the dugout. His hand went to her lower back, and he handled her with a tenderness that belied his excitement over the pending announcement. Sheila glanced at Brock out of the corner of her eye as he took in the show. He'd make a great father. Maybe she was jumping the gun, but there was a connection between them that whispered of eternal possibilities, like they were written in the stars. She took confidence in that feeling and leaned her head against his shoulder. Her phone crackled. Sheila? Brock glanced down at her. She couldn't help herself, couldn't help the swelling of emotions building inside of her. She had to kiss him. So she pecked a kiss to his talented lips. Before she could lose herself in him, her phone beeped. She sighed. Duty calls. She pulled her phone out of her back pocket. Sheila here. Security has a woman in custody who freaked out in the stands when she saw you kissing Brock on stage. She claims she's your sister. A worry line appeared between Brock's eyebrows. Sheila considered him for a moment before she said, "Tell her to call her parents to bail her out." She put the phone back into her pocket. Brock shook his head. You can take care of that. Nope. She popped the pea playfully. I'm done taking care of my sister. She's a grown-up. A doctor, for heaven's sake. She should be smart enough to get herself out of this mess. She wrapped her arms around his neck. Besides, I'm busy. Brock's smile interrupted their kissing at least 3 times, but Sheila didn't mind. She grinned once or twice herself. They had to break apart to laugh, and then they went right back to exploring one another's kisses. If they weren't so happy to be together, they might get to really make out. You did it, he murmured against her lips. Did what? She ran her fingers through his hair, and he shuddered. You filled the stadium. You should be proud. I am. She tipped her head, and he deepened the kiss. Sheila was proud of herself, but not just because she'd done what she'd set out to do, to pay the outstanding loan and bring the Redrocks into a stable financial position. The real victory was getting past a bad breakup that had left scars, freeing herself from her sister's control, and opening her heart to an amazing man. His hands brushed her side and then wrapped her up, and she grinned, breaking their kiss in the process. Without hesitation, she jumped right back in. They'd have time to figure out how to kiss without smiling so much later, but she hoped it didn't happen often. The joy Brock brought into her life was something she would hold on to forever. You've been listening to Heavy Hitter, a dating Mr. Baseball romance novel. Written by Lucy McConnell. Read by Christina Dimmick.
And we're back. Thanks for joining me today for Heavy Hitter, a baseball romance novel. If you haven't checked out my other playlists on writing your own story, go ahead and give that a look. Don't forget to give this video a thumbs up, like, subscribe, give us a comment, all of the wonderful things below. And I'll see you next week with another fantastic Red Rock story. I'll see you later. Thanks, guys. Bye.